I happen to know the facts. My friends, I'm just an average American. But I'm an American. And some of the things I see in this country of ours make my blood boil. I see people with foreign money. I see Negroes holding jobs that belong to me and you. Now I ask you, if we allow this thing to go on, what's going to become of us real Americans?
I've heard this kind of talk before, but I never expected to hear it in America.
The truth about Negroes and foreigners. The truth about the Catholic Church.
Do you believe in that kind of talk?
All makes pretty good sense to me.
And I tell you, friends, we'll never be able to call this country our own until it's a country without. Without what? Yeah, without what? Without Negroes. Without alien foreigners. Without Catholics. Without Freemasons. You know these things.
What's wrong with the Masons? I'm a Mason. Hey, that fellow's talking about me.
And that makes a difference, doesn't it?
These are your enemies. These are the people who are trying to take over our country. Now you know them. You know what they stand for. And it's up to you and me to fight them. Fight them and destroy them before they destroy us.
Before he said Masons, you were ready to agree with him.
Well, yes, but he was talking about... What about those other people?
But in this country, we have no other people. We are American people.
What about you? You aren't American, are you?
I was born in Hungary, but now I am an American citizen. And I have seen what this kind of talk can do. I saw it in Berlin. I heard the same words we have heard today. But I was a fool then. I thought Nazis were crazy people, stupid fanatics. But unfortunately, it was not so. You see, they knew that they were not strong enough to conquer a unified country. So they split Germany into small groups. They used prejudice as a practical weapon to cripple the nation. Of course, that was not easy to do. They had to work hard to do it. You see, we human beings are not born with prejudices. Always they are made for us, made by someone who wants something. Remember that when you hear this kind of talk. Somebody is going to get something out of it, and it isn't going to be you.
Nor that watermark at the end. That is from the movie Confessions of a Nazi Spy, but I think it's from 1939, but I think it's more relevant today than ever. We are living at a time where it feels like the things that make us different are being focused on more than what we have in common. And how that plays out in various spaces differs, and we're going to be kind of covering a lot of different ways that this manifests here. But as you can see from the title, this is largely about the phenomenon that has come to be known as Oppression Olympics. Now, it has a few different names, and Oppression Olympics is kind of a strange name for it. Another word you might have heard, which has kind of stopped and having any meaning, is idpol, or identity politics. That is, people's identity are used more to categorize them into groups than what they think and what they believe. So divvying up people based on their gender, their race, their sexuality, their what have you. And it's saying that only people with this identity have political relevance in this discussion when that's could be further from the truth. So, we're going to cover a couple different topics today. First of all, we already kind of brought up what is IDPOL and how it has affected modern discourse. We're also going to be talking about class consciousness and what keeps us from obtaining it. Because as we saw from the video just now, this sort of outgroup, these prejudices are often used in ways to keep us divided, from keeping us from joining together as a united class and rising up against our oppressors. This might start to sound a little familiar for anyone who is familiar with like things like socialism and communism theory. And theory is only going to get us so far at a time when our world is so under fire. But it's I think it's important to understand how we got here. Paige and Sarah are really struggling in chat right now. You guys got this. All right. So, class consciousness. What is it? Class consciousness is when the lower class realizes that, hey, the real enemy isn't other people based on the color of their skin or the origin of their birthplace or their gender or what have you. It's the people telling us that we should be fighting each other based on this. The ones who run the world, the ones who are, making poor people fight in wars that ultimately are not going to benefit them. And this whole oppression Olympics thing is really just another way that this manifests. And there's a couple reasons, I think, why people personally subscribe to Oppression Olympics. And I'd like to talk about those, but this is why it is so encouraged by the upper class. Why it's constantly being fed into. I think from a personal standpoint, it comes from a deep sense of individualism. And there's this idea that like your experience must be unique for it to be valid. You look back historically on a lot of in-group and out-group fightings, like you have the suffrage movement in both the Black community and women, and how that was in the early days in tension with one another. White women didn't think that Black people should be getting the right to vote before them, and vice versa. Like not Black women. Now Black women were put into this really interesting position where white women didn't want them to have the right to the vote, and Black men didn't want to give them the right to vote. And it was from those different discussions and analyzing that sort of growing pain in history that the terms like intersectionality come from. But, this isn't anything new. We've been having problems with like, hey, I should get the right to vote before this group, instead of coming together as a unified lower class, being like, hey, isn't it weird that people that live and work in this country are prevented from voting? Period. That's kind of messed up that we're asking people to pay taxes and work and contribute, but they don't get a say based on their gender or based on their race. You also had things like the political lesbianism or the 60s era radical feminist movement, which, if you've never heard of it, political lesbians are people that believe that even if you're not attracted to women, for the good of the movement, you shouldn't date men and you should only date women. You should enter into civil partnerships with women and support other women. You shouldn't even be attracted to men, and if you are, you need to like bury that. And this of course was very alienating for women that were heterosexual and didn't want to leave behind their husbands. Um, that eventually went on to produce TERFs and the Drop the T movement, because we have been fighting this fight since the very beginning, unfortunately. You have situations such as model minorities and racial triangulation. Now, model minorities, most notably in this context, Asian people, they are sort of thought of as like, hey guys, why aren't you more like this group of people? Asians who are smart and they have their own businesses and they're doing this and this, while still being on the end of white supremacist racism, but now they're being triangulated against other races and putting in opposition to other races because, hey, we're the good ones. If you don't know what triangulation is, it's a term used for interpersonal abuse. So if I am a parent, I might use triangulation. If I'm an abusive parent, I might use triangulation against my two kids and put them at odds with one another and make them feel like they're enemies, even though I, as the parent, am the abusive one and am the one with all the power. But I'm redirecting that hurt feeling that my kids are feeling, not at me, but against one another. And that's kind of how racial triangulation works, is at the end of the day, Asian people and, like, let's say black people, neither of them are in a good position in terms of racist sentiments, right? Like, nobody's going to win that fight except for white people. Like, that's kind of how the institution of racism works. So we put white people on top and everybody else on the bottom. But creating this sort of lateral aggression, manufacturing that, as white supremacists often do, allows you to escape from that sort of tension unscathed. And so you have black people and Asian people fighting and yada, yada, yada. And they're basically being, as as we went over in the video at the beginning of the stream, you're dividing them up into parts so that they're easier to conquer. And not only are you dividing them up into parts so you can, take bites out of these smaller pieces, but you're also making these smaller parts fight one another. So you don't really even have to put any effort into defeating your enemy at all. And that's how racial triangulation works. But it was originally coined, the term triangulation was originally coined for interpersonal abuse in structures of usually domestic structures, like a parent and their children. So yeah, that tends to be how a lot of oppression Olympics really play out. Let's see. I'm going to read some of the chat. I should probably also silence my phone. I'm such a professional, folks. It is already silenced because I thought of that already. Anyway, listening while playing Marvel Rivals. Hello, Aunt. How are we doing today? Anti-Chinese racism seems to be ebbing, but anti-Indian hate has skyrocketed in recent years. Model minority is a scam. I mean, I would kind of... Yeah, I mean, like, I use Asian as, like, a catch-all term, because it seems like it's a different group of Asians all the time, but it's always a group of Asians is elevated above the other, not for their benefit, mind you, but for the benefit of white supremacy, of course. There's also something else that I want to bring up. I watched a video earlier. I don't think we're going to watch it today together. But let me bring it up, and because I was, I had already decided on today's topic like earlier, like this week or last. But I found it interesting that it came up on my dashboard today, or not my dashboard, but my For You page. Vice signaling. I guess Tara Mookney, I love Tara, covered this a little while ago too, but I had no idea because, yeah. What's vice signaling? Vice signaling is basically in opposition to virtue signaling. It's when people say derogatory and inflammatory language to signal to people that they don't give a shit about the quote-unquote woke agenda. And it talked about how the greater public is starting to talk about virtue signaling as if it's a bad thing now, but the left have been talking about, virtue signaling and rainbow capitalism, which is a coined term by the left to describe how corporations are using the aesthetic of being diverse and accepting, but not actually putting the effort in. And now we're starting to see that pendulum swing the other way. There was the... I saw this little commercial right now. I think... Yeah, here we go. I'm going to show this because it's fucking crazy. For American Eagle.
I'm not here to tell you to buy American Eagle jeans. And I definitely won't say that they're the most comfortable jeans I've ever worn. Or that they make your butt look amazing. Why would I need to do that? But if you said that you want to buy the jeans, I'm not going to stop you. But just so we're clear, this is not me telling you to buy American Eagle jeans.
Sydney Sweeney, Hasbro jeans.
You see what I did there, right?
Like, okay, I guess we're just fucking referencing eugenics now. All right. So... yeah, you should be cringing. That was cringe. But we are starting to see a bit of this coming out. And some of what that video that I showed earlier brought up, the thumbnail, which again, it's like a 40-minute video, so I don't have time to watch this here. But it brought up how people are being encouraged to use, like, the R slur again. And that's a part of vice signaling. And you're seeing different groups being encouraged to use certain language. It's like, oh, well, you're one of the good ones. You're one of the good gays because you're not offended by this kind of homophobia. Yeah, like, you're a good gay person. You're not the kind of gay that is oversensitive and yada yada yada. And that's a form of triangulation too, even though you're not one of the woke ones. I think that this is also a part of why you see folks like Candace Owens, and you're seeing women being focused on by conservatives. It's not quite model minority, because model minority means something very specific, but to show that it's like, hey, it's not that we're sexist. It's not that we're homophobic. It's not that we're racist. It's just that these people are asking for too much. A little bit of the N-word never hurt anybody. A little bit of healthy sexism never hurt anybody. See, we still like women. We still like the gays. We still like black people. And it's getting to the point, and it might seem like it's unrelated, but it isn't. Believe me, it's not unrelated, because it all comes back to creating in-groups and out-groups. And now a new in-group, out-group is being created to be like, hey, these are the acceptable kind of gay people, and these are the unacceptable kind of gay people. And guys, they fucking already did this. They already did this. I am seeing history repeat itself. I remember back when I don't know if it was quite when I first came out, but it was like 10 years ago or more. More than 10 years ago. I'd say it's like 12, 14 years ago. You had this divide of trans people you had the true scum, and then you had the too cutes. And the true scum were people that were like, a trans person is this. This is the definition of a trans person. If you don't fit this, you're not trans, and you're taking resources away from real trans people. And that was a freaking nightmare. And I fought against them then, and I'm fighting against these kind of people now. But it's the same fucking thing. And I think a lot of what it comes down to, especially if you look at like the true scum movement and what it was. Too cutes, by the way, it was just people that thought that anybody, if you say you're trans, that you're trans, and there's like no barrier to entry. Like, you can just be transgender, and your gender can be whatever you want to, because it's not hurting anybody. But just so, if for those of you that aren't in the know, that's what that meant, which for a while seemed to be the agreed upon definition of transgender. Yeah, what's the quote? We're all F slurs in the eyes of the state. Exactly. So, another product of what you often see come out of this kind of way of thinking of like, suffering is the core of my identity, and having to put up with suffering is what makes you a real X or Y or Z, is biphobia. Biphobia was a big fucking project by this group. Even though statistically bisexuals are more likely to be abused by their spouses than gay people, even though bisexuals are more likely to be sexually assaulted, even though bisexuals are more likely to commit self-harm due to feelings of intense loneliness, a lot of gay people came up with language such as straight passing or straight passing privilege, even though, as I said again, being bisexual is not a privilege. And the way that I like to point this out to people is like, hey, gay person, are you only experiencing homophobia when you're actively dating someone? If you're not dating someone, or if you're not even if you're not currently having intimate contact with somebody of the same gender as you, does the homophobia go away? Is it something that you stop experiencing, or do you experience it in multiple facets of your life? If that's true, is it not possible that aphobia and biphobia affect bisexual people and asexual people, even if they're not currently doing something, and it doesn't have to be a positive action. And when I mean positive action, I don't mean a good thing. I mean positive action in the more technical definition of the word. So a positive action is something that you are doing. So I, as a gay person, might do a positive action by going on a date with someone of the same gender as me. That is me taking an action, and it's positive. And like a negative would be, I as an asexual person am not going on a date with anybody. That would be a negative. It's not necessarily if it's bad or good. It's more like something that you're doing versus something you're not doing. And then there's passive. It's like you're not acting upon. So like there's like, you know, but again, bringing it back around, just because you as a gay person aren't actively participating in same sex, like attraction or like courting or some sort of public display of affection doesn't mean that homophobia goes away. So you can imagine very easily that must also be true for bisexual people and asexual people. But there was like a huge rise in like the 2010s of anti-ace and anti-bi rhetoric, and it comes back down to like this IDPOL and oppression Olympics stuff. This idea that you don't belong here because you don't have the exact same experience as I do. Yeah, lots of people say straight passing. And like, what does that even mean? You know? We're one, taking language away from people of color. Because anybody could be straight passing if they wanted to. If you want to get down to it. If you never refer to your partner's gender, if you never are outwardly gay, are you straight passing? Yeah, but it feels yucky, doesn't it? It feels yucky to say that. So why would you say that about a bisexual person? If you are a femme gay woman and you're dating a butch that kind of looks masculine and could easily pass for a man, does that mean that you're straight passing? Like, one of my moms is very butch and gets sirred and hemmed all the time. Does that mean my other mom is straight passing, even though she's been dating a woman, for the past, oh my goodness, 19 years? 18 years? I don't know, math. Seems like a kind of weird thing to say, doesn't it? Huh? Because what often happens, and this is where we're going to bring it back around to the whole, divide and conquer thing. If you've got a bunch of gay people that don't believe in bis people and ace people and trans people, then you are shrinking each of those communities. Instead of having the queer community, which is all of us, you have the bi community, you have the trans community, you have the ace community. They're all small pieces, and it's so easy for the rights to be like, oh, look at all those cringe queers. And on one hand, you're putting homosexual, I'm just saying that to be clear what I mean, because I think gay is also like a umbrella term, but you're like, if you're just a homosexual, then at least you're not all of these other things. We can tolerate you. But we need to kick all of these people out, and they need to be in the out group. You're in the in group though, because you're just a gay person. You're not like one of these people. And I think that because of the historic suspicion towards gay people, it's like, oh yes, finally a seat on the seat at the table. I got mine. That's the attitude that this tends to foster, is that I got mine attitude. I got a seat at the table. I don't care about anybody who comes up after me. That was how white feminists worked during the suffrage movement. They didn't care about black men. They didn't care about black women. They just cared that they got the vote. Screw everybody else. All right. Acting like people are separate regardless of their intent is stupid. You are not absolved of any negative or positive trait by being of any status. Everyone is human. The model minority thing low-key reads as fetishistic. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And I would say, here's my little opinion right now. I think that I think that cisgender homosexual men and women are the new model minority. Does that, I hope I'm not crazy by saying this, but they're being brought up as like, hey, this person just wants to assimilate into our society. They want to have a partner, 2.5 kids, and yet like a regular job and not bother anybody. Unlike these fucking crazy transgenders, unlike these cringy bisexuals, unlike, you know what I mean? And I think a little bit they're buying into it. Not all of them, mind you. I have friends that are gay that, you know, I'm very close with, but I would say that this is something that I see actively happening. And here's the thing. Being in the model minority position is not fun. We don't like doing that. We don't like the model minority thing. That's not a good position for Asian people to be in or for gay people to be in. If you're finding yourself in the position where somebody's telling you you're one of the good ones, get the fuck out of there. Get out of there. You are in danger. Because as soon as they take care of everybody that they have a problem with, you're next on the chopping block. That is unfortunately the way that fascism works. Anyway, back to my notes. What else were we going to talk about? I think we've covered a lot of what I wanted to talk about in the broad strokes of things. I'm going to go back and read some of the comments. I had a queer hot takes and said that white gay het men were the weak links and the only folks who got mad were the gay cis dudes. See, I also have a problem with that. Do not say things like these are the weak links of our community. You are falling for the same bullshit. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about Oppression Olympics in particular. By virtue of creating an in-group out-group, you are inviting things to just be shattered into pieces rather than uniting as one. So don't buy into that either. I think they meant white, gay, cis men. Don't be saying you're the weak link. That's not true. It's okay. It's okay. Like I said, it's, you know, everybody makes mistakes. And like I said, it's just the world that we live in right now. It's so easy to buy into, but like that is definitionally Ed Paul. Now, because if, like, let's think back to the 90s, which weren't that long ago, despite what some of the Gen Z memers are saying. Fucking, I've been seeing those goddamn fucking dinosaur memes. What's your birthday? 19. And then they like cut to like dinosaurs or like freaking some Bridgerton shit. I've been seeing that. I don't appreciate it, but let's go back to the 90s, which is in living memory. And the 80s as well. When the AIDS crisis was, you know, at its peak, and the way that gay men were being treated at that time, because it was bad. It was real, real bad. I'm thinking, Sparrow, do you still have me muted? Because I pushed back against, yeah, I'm gonna encourage people that aren't actually listening to the stream not to. Maybe it's not a good idea to say to comment, because I might be making your ass look like a fool. Um, in any case, I think that something that I've seen happen with like the white cis gays are the real enemy. Something I've seen happen with that is like, hey, if you don't list your sexuality, your gender, your assigned gender at birth, your this or that, like, you have to tell me if you're disabled and what you're meant. That's where that comes from. The people typing out all of their identities in their bio. It's like, I read your opinion on this, and then I looked at your bio, and it said that you're white and gay, so I'm no longer listening to you. And it gets a little old. So yeah. But I would like to open up the call, and I am going to say that I am going to keep it to server only members again. I'm so sorry. It's just that it's kind of hard to manage a public call-in session when my server is not free to enter. So if you're a member of the server, you can get access to the call-in section. If you would like to join today and you have your Discord account connected to your Patreon account, in the description below, you can join the Patreon for as little as $1 a month, and I'll give you access to the call-ins today if you're not in the server and you'd still like to call in. You got to be 18 years of age or older to call in. I don't want to expose any teens to the woes of the internet. As well, I ask that you have like a decent microphone and you're comfortable speaking on stream without having to like stop and start, and just be comfortable speaking off the cuff in front of an audience. And I am going to open the calls. And today's question is, what are some of your experiences with identity politics, and how has it fractured your community? I kind of meant that they were more likely to be racist and transphobic. I disagree. I think specifying groups of people in the gay community... See, here's the thing. When you go after gay men, for example, you're going after men, yes. And it seems like you're punching up. But what often happens is you're using their gayness, you're using their queerness as a weak point to get at them. Because here's the thing. Straight men do not give a shit about your anti-male sentiments. They are not going to be affected. They're probably going to laugh it off. They don't give a shit about your anti-male sentiments. Who does get affected by anti-male sentiments are gay men, trans men, disabled men, autistic men. So what you're really doing is you're using these forms of, being oppressed as a way for you to posture yourself into a position where you can actually hurt somebody with your anti-male sentiments. Am I saying that misandry is as bad as misogyny? Obviously not. But also what you're doing is just you're taking advantage of homophobia and ableism and racism and what other issues they may have going on. You're using that to push down on these men. I think that's something that we really need to keep in mind whenever we're talking to other people that we perceive in our community as being better off than us. It's not doing you any favors to be like, I fucking hate cis gay guys. I hate them. That's not doing anything for you. It's not serving you. All it's doing is creating an in-group and an out-group. When what we really need to do is we need to come together as a single underclass to throw off the chains of our oppressors. And no, I am not kidding. Okay, I'm going to start. Where is it? I'm going to start the... We're going to be talking about... Let's also make sure that my microphone... There we go. Oh, we've got somebody already ready to speak. It's okay, Boop the Flute. It's okay. I'm not shooting you. I'm not shooting you in the face for what you said. It happens. All right, I'm gonna bring in our first speaker. Oh, I should also probably have. Hold on a second. Reactive. Oh, that's big. That's big. Small. Oh. Hello there.
Hello.
I will sit here with you. How are you doing
Cool.
today?
Oh, sorry, go on.
I said, how are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like to talk about today?
Hello, my name is Fiona. I have two things I would like to say. One is my personal experience as a bisexual person.
Yeah.
And the second is sort of like my just general view on basically how ineffective identity politics and oppression Olympics is, essentially.
Yeah.
So, as a bisexual person, it's very weird to be in the LGBTQ community because even though like our title is like part of like the whole like thing, you know, the B in LGBT, we don't really feel like we're a part of it. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who also feel that way, you know, like ace people, trans people, basically anyone who's not white.
Yeah.
So, and my personal experience is that mostly stems from when I was about a teenager and sort of wrestling with my identity is like, oh, I might actually be like gay or bi or something. And I was a part of a mostly like not mostly exclusively like queer support group. And when I was like saying like, hey guys, I might be like bisexual because I like boys and girls, at best, they kind of treated it as like something I would outgrow. Like, oh, that's cute. I remember when I was bi once before I realized I was actually just gay. Or they were just complete assholes and basically just invalidated my experience. And it kind of not exactly soured, but it's just sort of like kept me at an arm's length from the like queer community for a long time. And I'm just now starting to like come back into it, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
And it's oh, go
ahead.
ahead,
No,
sorry.
you go ahead. You go ahead.
And it was weird because at the time I was like 14 and basically almost everyone else there was like 17, 18, 19.
Ew.
So yeah,
Yucky.
pretty weird, I gotta say.
I mean, you also had like I remember that too. Like all the bi girls are like, oh, it's just a phase. You're gonna settle down with a man eventually. And for the guys, it's like you're really gonna come out as gay. Like this is just a stepping stone. It's either a phase or a stepping stone, and
Exactly.
it's gross. Like I know people that it's like, well, like the way that I usually put it to people that like are old fashioned and just don't get it, it's like, well, you're either gonna date a man or a woman. Either you're straight or you're gay. Like I don't get it. And it's like, okay, listen. Do you think blondes are attractive? Yes. Do you think brunettes are attractive? Yes. It's like that. It's like, why are you being weird? You can like more than one thing.
Exactly. It's like a lot of people, more people than I think than people realize, they get really hung up on gender. And so like it's like everything has to be a binary. It's like, okay, I can at least accept that gay people exist, but a person liking both, that's a step too far. And it's just like, why though?
Yeah, like
I don't understand.
Again, like you can like hamburgers and hot dogs. You can like blondes and brunettes. You can like two things. And like the other thing is like the straight passing thing. So like you have somebody that does accept that bisexuality is real. But it's like if you're a man dating a woman or a woman dating a man, you are straight passing, so you don't get a say. And it's like, gee, I didn't realize that homophobia only affected you when you were actively making out with somebody of the same gender as you. Like,
Exactly.
maybe there's something else going on.
I guess all the single gay and bi people are just immune to homophobia.
Yeah.
That's their superpower. Awesome.
Yeah. But that's what logically follows from what they're saying, you know?
Yeah, it's insane. That doesn't make sense, you know? It's like oppression isn't like video game stats where it's like, oh, you only get plus 15 oppression because you're bisexual. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but I think that it comes from this need to validate your pain. You know? Where it's like,
yeah.
For example, I am this theoretical gay person, and like, man, homophobia sure has hurt me. And I go and I look over at this bi person. It's like, well, I've always thought like if only I wasn't gay, if only I had another option. And they view this bi person as having a way out when it's like, no, they're kind of in the same boat that you are, though. Because it's not just the positive actions that are oppressed, you know. It's not just I chose to date a man, therefore I am now experiencing homophobia. Like I've said this about autism before too, but like even when you're a little kid, it's like people can smell it on you. And I think that like it's the same with queerness. Like it's like people can fucking smell it on you and they punish you for it.
Exactly. Yeah, because like people need to realize that like people who are bigoted, they're like hyper aware.
Yeah.
Like whether they realize it or not, they're like hyper aware of like when they notice there's something off about someone and then they like fixate on it.
Yeah.
It's like, and I've definitely had that as a bisexual person where, yeah, it's like a gay person is like being shitty to me. And it's obvious that like there's like some self-resentment where it's like, oh, you have a way out. I don't have that. And it's just like, buddy, listen, if I had a way out, if I had a way out of this shithole, one, I would take it in a heartbeat, and two, I would take you with me. We both don't deserve to be here.
Yeah. And I hate that like there's this idea that like I feel like even if these people wish they had an out, it's like, okay, so would you rather be straight? Do you wish you were straight? Like seriously,
Exactly.
do you wish that you were heterosexual? And it's like, well, then I wouldn't be me. And it's like, gee, I wonder if bi people feel the same fucking way.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
It's like
like,
I like.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I like that I'm a bi person. It's like I don't hate that I'm bi. I just hate that like other people really don't like it and they have to make it my problem. But yeah, it's like I like being a bi person. You know?
There's a reason that we call the movement for queer people pride, because we want people to take pride in themselves, and it shouldn't be something that we have to feel ashamed of. You should be able to love being bi without people jumping down your throat about it. And like, the people I see the most get so up in arms against like bi people and ace people and non-binary people too, because I think they also experience a lot of this.
Yeah.
Are they tend to be the people that are struggling the most with shame, I find. If that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. No, that does make sense.
Where it's like, I don't feel like I can be myself. I don't feel like I can do this. Like, I've struggled so much my entire life with people accepting me. I barely have any friends. And then they turn around and it's like, you know what? Bi people, they're basically straight. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, exactly. It's just like, it's like, oh shit. And it's just like, again, they extend it not just to bi people, like you said, but like also non-binary people, to ace people, to trans people, to, again, basically anyone in the gay community who isn't white. And it's just like obviously each for different reasons, but it's just like this leads to my opinion on like identity politics, oppression Olympics, if you would like me to share.
Yes, please.
It's pretty similar to yours in that it doesn't fucking matter because the fascists are gonna kill us no matter what.
Yeah.
You can be the perfect little gay boy, be one of the good ones. They'll still stomp you to death. That's just how it is. It doesn't matter, you know. It's like pushing. It's like we're just making the job easier for everyone. You're making it easier for them, and
I think we're far enough into the stream. It's been going on long enough that I think I can say this. I think I can drop a big I can drop a slur. We are all faggots in the eyes of the state. They don't fucking care. Exactly. Yes, Anthony. That's why I don't bother being a good one. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think that
like
once you realize that you don't have to be one of the good ones, it feels so freeing. It's like, I can just be me.
Exactly. If they're gonna step on me, I might as well be like a rusty nail about it and give them as much pain as possible.
I mean, I think that like once you achieve that sort of peace with yourself, I think that like then you can actually be a useful person in your community as well.
Exactly. Yeah, because like ironically, being that spicy, evil little gay person is ironically like really a way to like signal like, hey, other gay people, you're welcome and safe around me specifically. I think that kind of like if you direct that to like like people who harm like other minorities, I think that signals to said minorities that you're a safe person, and I think that is important.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're so fixated on gatekeeping queer spaces and like other spaces, like just leftist spaces in general, if you're so fixated that, oh, this person's the wrong race or this person is the wrong identity or gender, if you're so fixated on that, like I'm not gonna go there because like I have no idea what arbitrary thing might get me kicked out. So why would I I put myself through that? Yeah.
I have a certain analogy
Yep.
It doesn't like specifically pertain to like oppression Olympics, but I think it's pertinent here. And you can tell me if it's not accurate, but this is kind of like how I see it.
Hmm.
I call the analogy planet trans versus planet Rowling.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be trans specifically, but this is just what I call it. Basically, there are two planets in the universe, and one of them has all the trans people on it that ever existed or ever will exist. And then the other planet, Planet Rowling, has all the transphobes that have ever existed or will ever exist. And these two planets are billions of light years away from each other, right?
Hmm.
They will probably never, ever like interact in any possible way ever. Uh, with that being said, Planet Rowling will go out of its way to make sure that Planet Trans is exterminated from the universe. They will send every fleet, every ship, every armada to like destroy it because like it doesn't matter that like Planet Trans isn't doing anything to like harm Rowling or interacting with them in any way. They are just existing by themselves. But the fact that they are existing by themselves is already an offense to Planet Rowling, and so that is why they need to exterminate them. So it's just it doesn't matter what you do or what you say, no matter how good graces you get with these people, they will always try to exterminate you just on the fact that you exist.
I mean, yeah, that's that's yeah. I mean, like that is a pretty good analogy. I think like they don't care if you're, you know, if you have like if you end up marrying somebody of the quote unquote opposite gender and have 2.5 kids. The fact that you're trans is enough for them to want to kill you.
Exactly.
You know, you can have blue hair and pronouns, or you can have like a white collar job where you pay all your taxes and you have kids and you're barely indistinguishable from your cisgender peers. They do not care.
Yeah,
um
exactly. It's just like
I just got a
it's just
super
the
chat
mere
I just want to
existence.
read. Have you ever visited John Kay's blog for advice back in the day? I'm so bad with names. I don't even know who that
Uh,
is.
John Kay, I think that's the creator of Ren and Stimpy, who's a terrible human being and also just a fucking moron.
Yeah, why are we? Oh, yes, that guy. Yes, yes, yes. Why
Yeah,
are we talking
I
about
don't know why
John
that's being
Kay?
mentioned.
This has nothing to do with
I don't really
anything.
know. I don't know. Maybe
I've
he like said some dumb bullshit about
yeah,
something. Who
yeah.
cares?
I'm not a, I'm not a fan of. I've never been a fan of Ren and Stimpy. So again, but I don't know how this is relevant. Um. Anyway, the
Yeah.
2.5 kids thing is a joke because statistically nuclear families have 2.5 kids because it's like usually between 2 and 3 kids, so or like 1 and 3 kids, so it just kind of works out to be 2.5 statistically. It's a joke about like being the it's a joke about fitting the average that um you know America expects you to be. um was there anything else that you wanted to talk about today, Fiona?
No, that's about it. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for coming on and talking. Is there
Of
anything that you'd
course.
like to plug? Any projects?
No, thank you.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you later. You have a great one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. It's like 2.5 men. Kind of, but not really. All right. Next person. Hello.
Hello.
Can you introduce yourself and let us know what you would like to talk about today?
Hello. Well, first of all, I pondered much of like, oh, should I come in
Of course
and
you
share my
should.
2 piece?
Of
Cause
course.
cause surprisingly, I didn't know my suggestion for this idea would make it to the Inferno.
Yeah, no, this was originally Val's idea to that ended up getting made into an episode. I thought it was pertinent.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just like bouncing off ideas because you were like, "Hey, chat, like I need, I need something for like a video," and like I kind of sat there and like thought about it when we were talking, and I was like, "Wait a goddamn minute, this question has been on my mind ever since I've been on the internet. Like, why are we, shit flinging at each other? Um, are we even like most of the time? Are we even like aware of it even going on when it happens on Tumblr or like when it happens on other parts of the internet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
It's been
and
going
like when I
on
said,
long before the internet.
yeah. So so I thought like, oh, I don't really see a lot of people like talking about this. Breaking down what it exactly is, how to identify it, or maybe even how to, ask questions about what do we do
Mm-hmm.
when we come across people like this, because like you and I are aware that this has been going on way before the internet. Feminism, you know we're also big feminists. We cannot say yes to any amount of uh violence motivated by sexism,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yep.
still like, yeah, but we can still acknowledge that although we are also big feminists, we have to acknowledge some of the
Yeah. I mean, there's
yeah.
been a splinter of this in the feminist movement from the very beginning, which is why, like, I don't know, have you been here the entire stream, or are you just jumping in?
um I just jumped in because unfortunately I just came back
Yeah.
from doing a bad thing from a bad dark place, but I'm okay now.
Okay.
Um
We were talking about we talked about some things like the black versus female suffrage movements. We talked about political
oh
lesbianism. We talked about 60s Erica. 60s Erica? Who the fuck is Erica? 60s era radical feminist movements, drop the T. And we also talked about model minorities and the racial triangulation. And me and
mhm.
you, we have talked about racial triangulation on stream before. And I put forth this idea and I want to get your opinion on it.
Sure. But before
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
but
go ahead.
before we get there, yes, I'm sorry. I just wanted to do my requirements, my introduction.
Yes, of course.
Hello. Hello every pony. Um um I'm Val. I'm he slash him slash they. I am the biggest, fattest fan of Obi-Kin, Anakin, and Obi-Wan Skywalker, Kenobi. I love my Jedi Yaoi. Um, but I'm also probably like the biggest op that Uncle Sam wants to get rid of right now.
Yeah.
Um, and I definitely like had something to say about the whole Operation Olympics thing. Because not only was I the one who suggested the idea for this Inferno, but I have genuine questions of just like the very phenomenon of Operation Olympics and what we can do in practice to either like do something about it. Like, do we like de-escalate? Do we like walk away? um what do we do, right? I feel like this has been a problem that has been plaguing
Mm-hmm.
any political action or discussion for a very long time now. This is what the capitalist does want. This is what the
Yep.
1% does want. They want us to be distracted with each other so that we can forget that we have the moral responsibility to unite together in in collective conscious to take back power.
Yeah.
But
the fact that you weren't here for the first part is really funny because this is the exact same shit that I was saying. So we're really on the same page here.
Yeah. And I think after what happened yesterday, I went into a really bad place
Mm-hmm.
in the mind space, and I can't believe. I'm sorry. Can you give me a moment?
Yeah.
Yeah. I will be back after a minute, chat. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's been a lot lately, folks. I've got to be mindful of what I bring up with on stream, but just because, videos get taken down, but it is hell in the US right now. And nitpicking on who is allowed to speak on what topics right now is not helping anybody. Yeah. I mean, okay. Hey chat, it's with everything that's going on, let's take a little bit of a break and do a bit of a breathing exercise. You can do this sitting down or standing up. What I want you to do, we're going to breathe in for 4 seconds. We're going to hold it for 3. Breathe in for 4, hold it for 3, and then exhale for 7. So try to relax your position, relax your shoulders, relax everything. Don't hold tension in your jaw. Don't hold tension in your arms. Either standing down or sitting up. And if you're standing up, put your feet a little bit apart. If you're sitting down, try to sit up straight in your chair. Take a deep breath in for 1, 2, 3. Hold it. 1, 2, 3, and then exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And just do that a couple of times because it has been a lot. And breathing exercises aren't going to fix it, of course. But we really need to. I think it's really important that we're aware and tapped into what is happening, and we get better at being able to be present and to be able to be present for this. Because if we're not present, then unfortunately that is going to not end well. We have to be present. We have to be watching. We have to be connected to our community right now more than ever. And if we're not, it's just going to get worse. So I think learning healthy coping mechanisms on how to deal with the big feelings that everything going on is causing us. I think having that sort of management in your toolkit is going to be really important for getting through these really, really difficult times. Because if we can't be present for what's happening right now, it's not that it stops happening. It's just that you're not going to see it. And I feel like the people in power are banking on that. They're banking on us flinching and looking away because we don't want to see it. But it's important that we're here. It's important that we see it. And it's important that we hold them accountable. And again, the only way we're going to manage to do that is if we come together as a single underclass. There are people out there that are making a difference, you know? All right, let's calm down a little bit in this chat. Yeah, accidents with banning happens, but it's fine. It's fine. We're good. We're good, folks. We're good. All right. So I think we're gonna give Val a couple more minutes.
Hello.
Okay, you are back. Welcome back. How are you doing, buddy?
Uh, I sorry about that. I had to go take care of myself for just a little bit because I'm like, I straight up cannot cry on stream. Not not in 4K right now.
It's all right.
I gotta be a strong smart boy while I'm on
Yeah.
on live. I'm pretty sure everyone in the chat is like, ooh, Val senpai is cooking. Let this man cook. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I will just give you a second.
You gotta lock the fuck in sometimes. I get it, but it's okay to be a bit vulnerable, I think.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just cannot I cannot agree that anyone can oh, I don't know how anyone can look at a picture of the little boy that's going viral right now. Liam Conejo Ramos, that little kid, with his blue hat, his bunny hat, and his Spider-Man backpack. I don't know how anyone can look at any article featuring him and still have the fucking audacity to say, okay, but what about this other completely unrelated issue though? You know, I think that's such a really inhumane that's such a, incredibly inhumane and evil thing to do for someone, to still be like indifferent about the whole immigration issue with the US right now.
Now, are you comfortable talking about this even just a little bit for people that might not be in the know? Like, we don't have to go into details, but
sure, about like the racial triangulation thing or?
No, about what happened.
I am, but the more that the more that I'm really thinking about him, oh, I feel like I might cry again.
Okay.
But if you are also aware of what's going on with him and ICE, as much as I do, yeah, you also have license to speak about, what has happened with Liam, or any other children like him right now.
I have actually I didn't hear about Liam's story. There's just been a lot of fucking stories lately.
Okay, I can totally cover. Yeah, I can totally cover him. If you're still like,
if you're comfortable, otherwise I can bring up an article. It's up to you.
Sure. So Liam is this. Oh, just already based on the pictures, and I've also watched interviews featuring his classmates and his teachers. He is the most sweetest little boy from Ecuador. But he has reached public news when there's a picture of him, also being abducted by ICE. There's a cute little picture of like him, in this floppy-eared,
Yeah, I
blue
found
bunny
it.
hat.
My
Yeah.
freaking heart is shattering right now, actually.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Just yeah. And last week, there was articles and news written by journalists that describe him, to be very ill, very sickly. His body was deteriorating so fast in the camp that he was at, that he like no longer had the appetite to eat, just because his basic human needs are being neglected in there. Oh wait, I'm looking in the chat. Someone says he's free now. I'm not. Wait, was he free?
Yeah.
Like today?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, it was updated February 1st at 1 o'clock. So, judge orders release of father and 5-year-old detained by ICE in Minnesota.
Oh, thank God. But again, everyone from the camp that he was at should be free.
Yeah, because there's so many of these kids.
Mm-hmm.
And for what?
And
for what? Why? Yeah, I'm gonna get upset.
Me too, King. This is ridiculous. Like again,
what
like, this is...
fucking excuse do you have to detain this? I'm gonna get upset.
Go off, King. We're here. Everyone is here to watch you. We are here to enjoy Crim Power. Lock in.
One of the places that I used to work at, I worked at a French school. After classes got out, I did like a physical education program with them. And that was the age of the group of kids that I was working with at that school. It was like the 4, 5, and 6-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
And imagining one of those children, and like, it was a French school, yes, but like most of the kids that went there, it just so happened to be like there's like a lot of Asian kids in that school, and like a lot of Black kids in that school that just so happened to be in my group. And thinking about them having to go through that is actually crushing me. There was there's this one little girl who had a hard time socializing with some of the other kids, and she kind of got attached to me. And during Christmas, she made me a card and said that I was her favorite person at school. And it was, it's working with kids is rough, but those moments make it all feel worth it. And like, it really sucked having to leave that job behind, but like, there is extenuating circumstances. And imagining her being detained by ICE is I don't know how you could do that to a small child like that. I don't understand. What makes you think you're being a good person when you do that?
Yeah, and at least trying to stay on topic with
the
Inferno theme. That's Oppression Olympics. I think someone has to be completely detached from their humanity. Completely machine cold. And inhumane. If they hear about Liam's story or even look at that viral picture of him that went on last week, and still say, okay, but what about the white feminism issue though? What about kids in this other completely different country that's not involved in the conversation? Like, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what goes through someone's mind. But being a completely selfish person capable of evil, that feels very unearthly, very unnatural.
Mm-hmm.
You know, after what we have heard from the journalists who have done such an amazing job keeping up with Liam's story and making it go viral enough for
We
people who
have
did advocate for his freedom, but not the rest of the children and the families detained in that camp.
and the fact is that our hearts are not pies.
Yeah.
You can have empathy and compassion for Liam and empathy and compassion for all children that are suffering and for people that aren't children that are suffering. One of the videos that I saw that shocked me the most this week was of an artist. She was, she's a courtroom artist, and she's drawn a lot of the violence that ICE has been committing, and she's part of the journalistic press crew. And there was somebody taking a video from just over her shoulder, and she's wearing a mask, and she looks away, and she's holding her drawing board. She has like a clipboard that she's using to draw on. She's holding it against her chest, and she looks away, and this ICE agent, it's like watching, you never see a tiger crouch down and like spring into attack.
Yeah.
It was like that. Like, this ICE agent crouched, held up his rifle, and aimed at her fucking face when she was standing there holding a clipboard and looking away from him. And he got down and he shot right at her face. Luckily, this woman has the fucking reflexes of a tiger, because she fucking, sorry to mention tigers once, but she had like insane reflexes. Brought up her clipboard when she saw the man crouch down, and it like hit the clipboard, and it just hit like a pencil case or something. So she didn't actually end up getting hit, but he was absolutely aiming at her face. And it was scary because she was like just standing there looking away. And he saw that she was open and vulnerable and took that as a moment to attack. Not because she was a threat, but because she let her guard down and let herself be vulnerable for a moment. And he went into predator mode. And it was the most terrifying thing that I have ever seen. Disgusting, honestly.
Yeah. And like,
what's
again,
the tiger
like,
thing mean? Okay, so the tiger thing is, so when a tiger sees its prey, it'll go absolutely still, and it will sink down into the grass. And if you ever seen cats' pupils dilate, that means that it's like they're expanded, they're trying to take in as much information as possible, and then they narrow and then they pounce. That's just the way that tigers hunt. And it looked like that. It was fucking scary, dude, to see a human being do that to another human being with he intended to kill her. He was trying to kill her. And it was shocking.
Yeah. And I think the most scariest thing right now is that the Department of Immigration, yeah, and the big disgusting carrot man, the pedophile in the White House right now.
Yeah.
Well, within the last decade, he has been insisting that this ICE that these ICE operations are gonna go after like the quote like worst of the worst of immigrants. Like people who've had like a violently like criminal like past or something, regardless if it was pardoned or not.
A fucking 6-year-old?
But that's not the reality.
6-year-olds and artists and journalists and 70-year-old men and fucking like, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm getting upset. I'm getting worked up. I'm sorry, Val. Go ahead.
But as we see now, especially with what is going on with Minneapolis, which all people from Minneapolis, I will give you big Korean kiss. From California, I am cheering you guys on. You guys are doing the Lord's work right now, and as an immigrant, I really just can't help but feel very thankful. Maybe even a little disappointed that that the local activists here are not actually taking charge. They're not learning from the Minneapolis. They are not learning from the French and how they protest. Sometimes, Californians, and I say this with local love. Like I I feel like Californians need to stop it with the peaceful marches and actually take action. To actually scare the big politicians right now. But anywho, again, I think we're finally like seeing lifetime that these raids are not going after, they are not at all going after, the quote like criminals or like, the drug traffickers, anyone connected with a cartel or whatever. No, like they are now seen circling children's schools,
Yep.
libraries, hospitals. It's frankly disgusting.
They're predators hunting down prey.
Exactly. And I don't know how anyone can look at these stories and feel like they will never equate to an entirely different issue that also is deserving of care from our hearts for sure. But I feel like the persistent problem with anyone playing with these oppression Olympics, it's that, like, again, like they are treating human suffering like it's a competition. And because they're so fixated on one particular issue or in a cause, they have to downplay the harm that that's taking place in either the US or other parts of the world. I think that's also equally disgusting when that kind of thing happens on the internet.
I don't even know if that's necessarily what it is, because what I think it is, I don't think it's necessarily like, oh, but like these people are in like this genuine thought that these people have it worse and we really need to focus on them. I don't think that they even really care about, I don't know, fucking starving children in Africa. I think that they just want to be seen as people that care more. You care about this child in America? Well, I care about all the children starving in these third world countries. It's not about the kids starving in the third world countries. They are being used as tokens in order to prop up the ego of the person that's chastising you. I think that's my little theory.
Yeah, like I definitely know it's it's been done and it's been over. I will not at all go into it. Definitely I will be answering your questions, Krim, about the whole triangulation issue. It doesn't have to be racial triangulation, but just like any kind of triangulation that's like taking place from like individual to individual or system to individual,
Yeah. Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you something pretty specific.
Sure. But yes, Oppression Olympics is very cringe.
Yeah.
It's very cringe fail. You are not a freedom fighter when you do that shit. You are a fucking chauvinist. You are a chauvinist. You are a completely heartless person when you do this. Because I think anyone who's a leftist right now, even if you're a fucking neolib, there is a benefit. There is a benefit to uniting together. Oppression Olympics is holding us back.
Yeah. So my question to you,
Sure.
because we've spoken about triangulation and model minority before, I feel like cisgender gay people are becoming something of a model minority.
I see. That is a take. That is a take that scratches my brain. Can you elaborate further?
I think that cisgender gay people are being triangulated against the rest of the queer community. Trans people, you've got like bisexual people, asexual people, non-binary people. They're like, hey, and I feel like TERFs are like, hey, you could just be like a gay person. Like you could, like, these are just like confused young lesbians. It wouldn't be better for you to be a lesbian than to be a trans man? Or like sometimes boys can wear dresses and they're just gay. You don't have to transition. Or like gay people's resources are being stolen away by bisexuals and asexuals, like that sort of thing. As if being gay is like, oh, that's just basically the same as being straight. except you're gay. But these people, all they want is attention, and they're just feeding their ego, and they're delusional and crazy. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
When historically, like, gay people have had a pretty rough time with the AIDS crisis and all of that. It's just now it's more useful to leverage them as a weapon against other queer people, to kind of knock them all out, and have like this infighting within the queer community by creating an in-group, out-group. And I don't know, it feels like triangulation to me, and it feels like it feels similar. There's echoes of the model minority in there to me.
Yeah. Maybe I'll be like a little nuanced about this. This is not exactly like licensed for anyone listening to this video. Well, this video after it's done becoming a stream. I think to clarify, this is not exactly like a license to allow anyone to be like, oh my god, being trans is like, you know, being the same as being an immigrant or whatever, and I can go fucking abuse the shit out of that logic to win internet fights or to make myself a victim. That's not what that is. Just to make it very clear. That being said, however, you know, I'm also really big on theory and reading what other like sociologists, scholars, and even therapists have to say when they witness and observe any kind of like manipulation or like abuse that is going on, and the stylization of that abuse. You know, and like, yeah.
To be clear,
this
I'm
is why
not
you're so
saying it's exactly the same. I'm just seeing I notice similar tactics. I'm not saying it's exactly
there's
the
a
same.
pattern.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a pattern. And Grim, this is why I fuck with you, man. This is why I fuck with you so hard, because you just get it. You just get it, and I don't have to like, you know, soften or like simplify all of these really heavy things that like I don't see a lot of people talking about. I don't see my community talking about it. I don't see a lot of like queer people also like, you know, addressing this and being able to identify like a kind of correlation that, you know, that goes on when this kind of thing happens, when there is conflict like this happening. And you know, to also you know, say this, like, yeah, like I see like a lot of problems, at least like the style of like how women were also kind of put down. Queer people in the West have been put down. It's similar. Like the style is very similar to how it does in the East, like despite the West and the East having very different like histories and different like historic circumstances for all of these, you know, these really weird ass ideas that maybe in theory someone can argue it's good or it's moral, but it ends up being and another example of like same problem, like same shit, different font. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, what is your question about triangulation?
No, that
as
was
you bring up this good take.
No, that was it. I was just wondering what your thoughts were on it, like, because I know that, like, yeah. No, I was just asking what your thoughts were on it. That was my question. Sorry if that wasn't clear.
Sure. Yeah. I think, yeah, like I think that's a good game theory right now. Maybe you and I, someday, you know, like sure, we can absolutely sit down, and build on top of that, because there is definitely a phenomenon going on with the model minority, or like thankfully I have Mothra's permission to talk about this, but like every time I talk about like, you know, black issues, because I'm also pro-black, when I do bring up black issues, when I see this goddamn stupid thing that's been going on in fandom, the whole goddamn Genshin Impact problematic because where the black people at, like thing, despite having years of amazing stories written by Black creators, especially for the DC comics. We've got Black Batman. We've had so many great Black heroes in our contemporary storytelling, and yet for some reason people are like, I can only consume that thing if it's ugu anime, fucking bug-eyed little twinks, instead of actually finding and meeting the art where it's at. And when I bring this up in regarding of pro Black issues, Genshin Impact will not be the goddamn end all be all of representation. I do not trust a Chinese company owned by the CCP, registered under the CCP, to handle Afro American and indigenous representation with dignity. When they're also persecuting their own religious minorities. Let's be real. As a fellow East Asian, someone from the Sinosphere, I'm not gonna expect that shit from them, because I already know they do not have I understand and I identify that they do not have any of us here in this chat in their mind with our best interests at heart. I know that's what's going on. And yet when people when people act like whitewashing is the biggest threat of the week that's going viral on Twitter. As much as I also have my own concerns with that for sure. That being said though, right now in the climate, in the political climate, in the propaganda war, the propaganda war is not gonna be the goddamn cartoons and the animes and your fucking K-pop Demon Hunter, Netflix movies. That's not how we're gonna win the goddamn propaganda war, unfortunately. There is a derogatory word out there that starts with a C. But they are the kind of person right now they are cashing in on the model minority trope right now by positioning themselves to be this moral standard, to allow bigots a license to say whatever they want and feel however they want without saying it out loud. Pretty much, unfortunately, the sad thing is when people like that, do that. Candace Owens is a good example. When she is cashing in her check and her community has to pay for it, we can see something similar. We can see something similar going on, but with the queer community. When we see creators like Jeffree Star, cashing in that same thing every time he's going on Instagram live and he's like, oh, I'm not gay, I don't identify with any particular political party,
Oh my
I'm just
God.
I'm just a normal gay man, and everyone else is cringe fail with their they them pronouns. They're the reason why the gay community can't get ahead. You know what I mean? So it's almost as if people like Jeffree Star and Candace Owens. Again, when we see the stylization, this triangulation thing going on, right? For sure we can see a pattern of someone trying to position themselves to be this unrealistic standard of what the minority should be. And they are using, in this analogy, I will say, they are using a pair of queer lips to spread straight lies.
Mm-hmm.
The same way that the US Republican Party has also used Candace Owens to be a pair of black lips to spread white lies. And the problem with these kind of people and why they will always be the bigger threat to us in regards to the propaganda war and ideology of the of the general public, as to say, it is because they are using morality, they are using philosophy, and they are weaponizing objective language to effectively say that things like racism and transphobia and homophobia and all of these phobias and isms, it is not real. They are denying that it's real, or they're gonna say, oh, it was once like systemic, but like, oh, MLK got shot, civil rights, happened, and we are living forever, happily ever after. And if you experience any discrimination on the base of your sex, your gender, your religious affiliation, or whatever protected class, that is not systemic or like structural or institutional. That's a that's a personal problem. Is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I mean, like, you kind of covered it all. Yeah. No, that's pretty clear. Again, it's like at the beginning of the stream, I showed that one clip from Confessions of a Nazi Spy, where they had
Oh.
they had the guy in the town square being like, we won't be a better country until we're a country without, and he was excluding. It's kind of also brought up in the same conversations as they came for the X, but I was not X, so whatever. And then they came for me, and then there was nobody left. It's often brought up in similar conversations. So we showed that at the beginning, and yeah. You might you'll agree with it and you'll go along with it, and then suddenly they're coming after you, and then it's like, oh shit. Well, people are not born with prejudices. It's something that we're taught. And how that ends up kind of, and then when we're attacking each other, it really distracts from us uniting together and ending the whole system. You see, this white supremacist machine has fully embraced DEI. Anybody can become an example of a credit to their race, much like a model minority, as long as they pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, like, the way that fascism works is that once you've vanquished the enemy, then you start looking for a new enemy, and often those guns get turned inward. It's why, like, I've been like, Candace, Benny boy, you gotta get out of there. Because, it's only a matter of time before the racism and anti-Semitism is going to, like, it's going to be like an Ouroboros eating its own tail, and, like, people like Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro are going to be fucking eaten from the inside out. I don't like how I worded that, but you know what I mean? They're gonna the anti-Semitism and racism is gonna come and bite them in the ass. And it's already starting to, from what I've observed.
Yeah. I think a model that has like really sunk and made me realize just like how bad fascism is, and like I have to take it seriously.
Yep.
She fucking sucks right now, but it is from a ContraPoints video, but like she had a quote that said like, the queer quest is to survive, the fascist quest is to be the only survivor.
Yup.
And yeah, I think we really have to like sit and think about it. And unfortunately, when people do this model minority thing, this triangulation of like, people like Candace Owens talking down at her community, when Jeffree Star talks down at us, right? The queer community. This whole like, get it together. Why can't you just be fucking normal? Why can't you just stick with regular like pronouns like I do and all that shit? But it's like
that circle of what is normal and acceptable keeps getting smaller and smaller. And eventually, Jeffree Star, you are going to be on the outside of that. And you're going to just be on the outside of that little circle along with everybody else. But if you keep on doing what you're doing, all the people that could have helped you out are going to be dead. And it's just going to be you against the fascists. And the same thing that happened to us is going to happen to you. That's how it works.
Yeah. Once the, let's say in a hypothetical world, the U.S. does get rid of the immigrants. I mean, Trump's already kind of doing this by his attempt to get rid of like natural like birthright citizenship right now. He's already trying to take that away. They're gonna come after the black and brown people that's already like been born and raised in this country, regardless of the waves of generation of immigration within their family. They're gonna.
If we keep going down this path, I promise you that white and Italian people are going to be back into not being white again, and they're going to be in the same boat. They're just going to keep on shrinking that circle. And I'm not saying that, and now finally, like, you should be empathetic before it gets to that point. But you're not safe, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
And even if you are 100% like Anglo-Saxon, you're a WASP, your nose is kind of a weird shape. You have brown eyes, or your hair's a little too curly. That kind of shit is going to be next on the chopping block after they get rid of all of the Italians and the Irish and like whatever other group of white people that can get targeted and put to an outgroup. It's never going to stop. It's not going to stop at immigrants. It hasn't. It's not stopping at immigrants. The focus is being narrowed to all people of color. And then it's going to be some white people that could have their whiteness revoked. And it's just going to keep on narrowing down its focus until there's nobody fucking left. Nobody is safe. No one is safe.
Yeah.
Sorry. I got a little passionate there for a second. Whoops.
No, Crib, it's okay. This is your channel. This is your stream.
You're right.
And also, I feel like this anger is appropriate right now. Especially with the economy just going down the drain for us here, and I'm pretty sure that's also impacting Canada. Which, as a U.S. resident, I'm sorry. I will take one for the team. The machine of U.S. imperialism is also fucking shit. It's also hurting Korea in all the bad ways right now. But still, despite this, I think having that passion and just us together here and along with everyone at home watching, I think it is appropriate. It is reasonable and logical for us to be angry and identify the real problem of it all, the real problem of the everyday things that are being posted on Twitter about these issues, because again, I don't know if you and Fiona covered it, but there will be fucking opportunists within any leftist / progressive activism space, where instead of being able to have the heart to have and hold space for all of these issues, where we can send our thoughts and our prayers to the people who are being impacted by these atrocities on the front lines, when these opportunities come in and they're like, okay, but what about the dying, starving kids in Africa or whatever? And making us carry shame and guilt just for trying to survive, instead of being there for people and being emotionally available, and listen and learn. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Listen and learn. I need some of y'all to fucking bring that slogan back. And I think the plaguing issue of the oppression the oppression Olympics is again is people nitpicking of who has it the worst, instead of us coming together and collaborating, right? That's the big meat of it. We are to collaborate.
I want to call out somebody in chat. Somebody's like, the only people left are going to be the blue-eyed blondes. No, that's not. It's not going to stop there. You think it's going to stop there? It doesn't stop there. And plus, the blue-eye people with blue eyes and blonde hair, they can be attacked from other avenues besides race. But also, it's not going to stop there. Yep. No, when I say nobody is safe, I mean that nobody is safe. You have blue eyes and blonde hair, but your nose is a little too big? that looks like a Jew to me. Like, that's gonna happen. That happens. It already happens. I'm gonna say, I say
like,
it's gonna happen, but it is happening right fucking now.
Yeah, or like this when I was growing up, when at one point on the internet it was kind of cool to rip on gingers and accusing them
Oh
to
my
be
God.
soulless. I'm like, that was like my first like really big like instance of like me witnessing like white on white like hostility. I'm like, god damn. Like,
Well, you had that, and then you had before that it was stupid blondes. If you're blonde, you literally are less intelligent and have less capacity for intelligence.
yeah.
And if you have brown hair, you're boring. Like, there are ways to be prejudiced against every group of people. No one is exempt. And the only people that are safe are the people in power. You have that one person who, oh God, what's her name? Give me 1 second. Let me just remember what her name is.
Sure.
Jane Elliott, who did the blue eye, brown eye lesson, where she's like, well,
Yes.
I am the teacher and I have blue eyes. So I've decided that if you have blue eyes, you're good. And if you have brown eyes, you're bad. And it is that arbitrary. It literally is that arbitrary. And the people that can create the most turmoil are the people in power. But this also happens in smaller communities, which is why, that's what Oppression Olympics is. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's like, I'm in the in group and now I'm going to create an out group to hate. And yeah, nobody's safe. And to think that there is somebody safe is to buy into this shit. But anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You were saying. I just needed to call that out in chat. Sorry to put you on the spot, person in chat, but I had to. You've been sacrificed. Blood tithings have been paid. Anyway, continue what you were saying, though.
Yeah. I just want to add another anecdotal like evidence that I've also seen in the East. For a while, it was blood types, actually. Yes, it was something as stupid as a goddamn blood type. We had the blood type horoscopes of like, oh, if you're blood type A, you're like really hardworking, but you can be reserved. Or like, oh, you're a blood type O, you are so outgoing and boisterous, but also like sometimes you just don't know when to shut the fuck up. Like, and like, what's stupid is that like, because the East and my country as an example, South Korea, like like despite there being like no exact laws saying that like we have to do this on like an institutional level, but also we lacked any protections for this kind of weird shit to take place. It was a thing for a while to actually like profile people, like hypothetically, if you were to go get apply for a job over there, and you sit down with your like job recruiter or like whatever, they're interviewing you and they're like, oh, by the way, like what blood type are you?
That's insane.
Yeah, and quietly, like, unfortunately, depending on what you say, that will be the be the thing that determines whether you get that job or not, regardless of like your very impressive like work history, your time volunteering and working with people, whether you get paid or not in your work history does not fucking matter. They will fucking clock you depending on what you say and depending on what like your employer is looking for in a laborer. And I think that was also equally stupid. I'm like, I think it's one thing, I don't know, if you're like having fun with like horoscopes and you're not making serious judgments and none of you really mean them, you're just having fun, like at a bathhouse or whatever.
No, I judge anybody who does the whole fucking horoscope shit. Sorry to be mean, but stop it.
Yeah, the fucking weird space racism is not helping y'all.
Yeah, I remember somebody was like, but how can you not think that the planets would have an effect on your personality? And I'm like, A, Why are you trying to create in-group out-groups? B, the anti-intellectualism is literally cooking my brain. Well, not my brain,
Real?
it's cooking your brain. I'm sorry to be a big, bad, evil, stinky atheist that has no fucking joy in my heart, but if you give in to horoscopes, I'm exploding you with my mind. And also, I love fucking with people that believe in horoscopes. I'll be like, guess what my horoscope is? And they're like, oh, you seem like a Gemini to me. And I'll be like, yeah, sure. Like, what makes you think that? And then they'll explain it. It's like, I lied. I'm actually a Virgo. And they'll be like, oh, that's such a Virgo thing to do. And I'm like, I lied. I'm actually an Aries. And they're like, see, you're fucking with me. That's such an Aries thing to do. And I'm like, actually, I'm a Leo. And I love fucking with horoscope girlies like that. I'm
Me
sorry
too.
to be an evil, misogynistic, like atheist pig, but it's my favorite hobby. Anyway. Okay, go ahead.
No,
I'm sorry.
no,
I'm sorry.
no,
I'm such a
Save,
bitch.
You're so no, Save. You're so listen. As someone who has, I'm a free spirited person. I never want to believe that nothing can ever be possible. And like, yes, the East also has their own zodiac. I think I only apply it to my own life, but like, I don't. Like, I don't really have a reason, or like, was there really a big time where in my life, like, I have to like, profile someone based on constellation, when Mothra or like Paige reach out to me and be like, oh, what is my cool horoscope? Can you cover that? I'm like, sure, pal. Like, yeah, I'll do my best and like read something cool. And if that's how I can help someone and offer some of my help, like, yeah, I can do that. But like, no, Krim, I agree. Like, when someone like does that shit to me, especially like there was a guy at my GameStop like who did that, who tried to guess my horoscope, as someone who also understands this, but I don't really practice, like in practice I don't really believe in it. um in regards to like, especially the whole in-group out-group thing, I love sitting there and fucking with people and letting them guess what I am, just for me to completely be a little sadistic pig and like rip into them and being like, actually, nah, I don't think you should be fortune telling to start with, when your intuition just fucking sucks, when your theory of mind fucking sucks to begin with, and you fail to apply this in your practice and your little dumb horoscope theory. But I think it gets weird, like, when it starts like having a place institutionally, when it starts getting into like, again, like when you're applying for a job and you are taking it seriously, but then the person talking to you is like, by the way, what's your blood type? And as if the thing that you donate, if you're if you're viable for it, the funny little blood from our veins have any correlation to who we are as people, or even our own personhood and our morals and what we stand by, as if there is any measurable evidence-based data to prove that. That could be a make or break in some places, but unfortunately, recently, uh Asia has retired from like Eastern animal zodiacs, but now we also replaced it with MTBI, and I think that's so
Oh my
dumb. I think that is so
God.
dumb.
I thought we all agreed that was bullshit.
I know. The
I mean,
Guaylos
like-
used it, and now everyone in the Pacific is using it. Oh.
All right. Is there anything else that you wanted to talk about today?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
I forgot. So I know when I first sat in here, I mentioned that I had questions.
Mhm.
Now I may also have my own game theory for this kind of thing, but I'm pretty sure like everyone, a lot of us, when we experience Oppression Olympics, whether we are a participating member of Oppression Olympics, or if we are a uninvolved witness, we are a uninvolved like spectator. I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure I'm pretty sure a lot of people, regardless of, where they are on the political spectrum of these things, they when they witness it, they're like, something's fucking off and evil about this thing, but I can't really, put it at the tip of my tongue, of like why this feels kind of fucked up. Um, so I guess my questions are like, you know, whether Operation Olympics is happening or not, when we do identify it, or when we speculate that it could be taking place, um, what do we do with that? Do we walk away? Do we counteract that? And if we have to, if that is our moral responsibility, do we, how would we go on about that, I think.
Now, okay. Here's how I'm gonna answer this.
Sure.
And this is gonna, I feel like this is become a bit of a meme in like the past year. In 2025 it kind of became a big meme. But I'm gonna bring it back around and actually dive into the meaning of the original short story. I can't, unfortunately, read the entire short story right now. I don't think, I think it's way too long. But let's reference it and talk about it a little bit. So, Ursula K. Le Guin's, ones, I think it was hers, wasn't it? Hold on, just
I believe so. I could be wrong.
Hold on, just 1 second.
Consult
You don't even know.
it.
You don't even know what I'm about to talk about. You might be. Yes, it is. It is Ursula K. Le Guin. The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas. I'm referencing that. I know it was a big meme last year, but like, let's like break down into like what it means. So it's like this short story about this town. For those of you that don't know, I'm sure everybody knows, but let's like do a bit of a refresher. It's this perfect, beautiful town where nothing ever goes wrong. And the question that Miss Le Guin poses to us is like, do you think this town exists? Can you believe that this town exists? And then when it's like, no, that kind of feels unrealistic, she's like, okay, so this town exists, and the only difference is that there's one person who is the ultimate sufferer that gets tortured every day. This 6-year-old child who gets tortured every day. And that is the only way for the town to keep on living good. And if somebody were to go and rescue that child, the town would go to normal, and they would start seeing like regular death rates, and there would be hunger and people dying in the street, and just like there is in any other town. But if you keep that child in the basement suffering, then Omelas can continue to be a paradise. And why is it that we as human beings believe that the second version of Omelas is more believable and more realistic than the first? And then there are like, there's this idea of the ones who walk away from Omelas. And they're the people that leave Omelas, that no longer, live in this town, and they walk away from it. And people question like, okay, so these people in the story, are they like abandoning the child? And that's not really what this story is about. The people who walk away from Omelas are the people who walk away from this idea that for there to be like any goodness in the world, and this also exists in terms of literature and stuff, but for there to be any goodness in the world, or any sort of good person, there has to be like suffering. It has to be two sides of the same coin. So for there to be any kind of goodness in the world, there also has to be the bad one. And that dichotomy, that binary, I think is what creates prejudice, and it's what creates infighting, and it's what is like, oh, I'm the good kind of gay person and you're the bad kind of gay person, is that we're not able to think in this idea of like, hey, maybe we could all be happy, and we could all achieve goodness and peace without somebody having to be the person that is suffering all the time. We can walk away from that idea. And I don't know. I don't know if that kind of like answers your question. But I think it is the right thing to do is to walk away from that idea. But like, I don't like, what does walking away mean? You know? I
Yeah,
don't
and
think
like
it
how much,
means it.
how much space are we surrendering to the people
Mhm.
who are playing oppression Olympics, people who like Jeffree Star. I I feel like, even after like the whole the whole like Tati and Jeffrey, falling down from the whole James Charles like um crisis that happened. Um like sure, the makeup community has kind of walked away from that, but you know, I think a lot of us like collectively we've ignored the problem, and now Jeffree Star is kind of tokenizing himself.
Yeah.
Um
But I think that like walking away is being equated to abandoning people that are
mhm.
in these situations, but I don't think that's quite true, because it's not as if we're going to a different place that Jeffree Star or Candace Owens or Ben Shapiro can't get to. Because the thing is that at any time Jeffree Star and Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro can also walk away. They are not tied down and being held there. They're not being tied in a basement like like that's not what's happening. They can join
Yeah.
us at any fucking time that they want. And like, while yeah, I'm sure that they would be met with suspicion if they suddenly switched sides. I do believe in restorative justice and the inherent goodness of people. I think that if the people that are in these positions were like, I am also going to walk away from this dichotomy, I believe that if these are like why I finally radicalized, or why I finally like deconstructed away from this, in my experience, like those people are usually met positively, you know?
Mhm.
Um I don't think we are abandoning them. I think that we're opening a door, walking through it, and leaving the door open behind us. I think. Um, and there's no proximity. It's not like it takes you have to like walk 1,000 miles to walk through that door. You just have to step through it. I just think that people like Jeffree Star and like Candace Owens and like Ben Shapiro are unwilling to walk through that door because of their own prejudices.
Yeah. I think, you know, I've seen a little bit of this like on the internet, whether like people are trying to analyze like why did Jeffree start to suddenly grift? Why is, why is Tati also going down
Suddenly,
the fucking trad
Jeffree
trad wife?
Star has been fucking grifting since MySpace. Baby, he's
Exactly,
always been a
exactly.
fucking grifter. What are you talking about?
Exactly. I also being on MySpace when I was 8, and exploring like the emo slash scene culture, cause like anime and furries and deviantart. But like, you know, um, I was always aware that Jeffrey kind of has skeletons in the closet. But when I see like people suddenly like being surprised, and when they start to analyze like this overt grifting, when Jeffrey start, his weird fucking like buffalo, or like his like meat business thing that he's trying to do, and then like Tati going down the fucking trad wife um to like white supremacist, but it's disguised as feminism pipeline. I've seen people begin to kind of, I won't always say it's ethical, but I think a lot of people have also been pondering like, hey, when people tokenize themselves in this way, is there like room to speculate on like whether or not these people, um and even prior to the internet, people like, like the cabin, the log cabin like Republicans, um, you know, prior to the internet. There was a small group of
boy.
Republicans
Abe
who
Lincoln
were
was
gay.
gay.
Yeah, and they thought
Uh,
just by being Republican, they were gonna be approved. And they donated to the Republican Party, but even the party was like, no, it's okay. We don't want your gay money. We don't want your faggot money. Get out of here with that. Like, um, going back to what I'm saying, when we see this kind of thing happening, when people try to make, to alienate themselves from their community, in with the intention to get the dominant group's approval, I think regardless of who is, who's being casted, but when we analyze, and try to get where the hell they're coming from, I've seen people on the internet try to pry into, like, does someone like Jeffree Star have like daddy issues, but because maybe his dad was like homophobic, because he couldn't get his dad's approval, the most closest that he can get to something like that is getting the Republican Party's approval,
God. Oh, let's not fucking psychologically analyze Jeffree fucking Star.
Exactly.
Please, for the love of God. Please.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure a lot of people do have questions of like how much of nature versus nurture goes on with the minds and the brains of Candace Owens. Like, sure, we can speculate there's some kind of like internalized X and Y Z thing, but I think Krim and I can agree that at the end of the day we have to be responsible with how our history impacts us, I think.
Yeah. At the end of the day, to bring it back down to the Omelas, at the end of the day, that is still a town that was absolutely okay with torturing a child.
Mm-hmm.
And just because you're not sticking around to, I mean, my analogy is coming apart a little bit, but just because you're not sticking around to personally save Jeffree Star doesn't mean that, like, you don't have to do that. Jeffree Star will be fine. He can fucking get the fuck out of there himself.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be the one. You don't have to like burden yourself with being the one to personally save him. And I think that like walking away from people like that and stop being so obsessed with people like that, it's the only healthy way to cope. And you can leave the door open behind you, but like we don't have to get too worked up about fucking Jeffree Star and Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro.
I know. Yeah. At the end of the day, they are all grown-ass adults living very comfortable lives because they are
Jeffree
cashing
Star
in.
is not the Omelas child. Yeah, there's that too. He isn't. But creating him as like the evil fucking gay person that like he's the one that's okay to be homophobic too. Like, I think that's kind of what I'm getting at, I guess. Like, we can just walk away and like not, my analogy is super falling apart right now. But yeah.
Yeah. How to deal and cope with Oppression Olympics, whether you are witnessing it on the internet, whether unfortunately you've been involved in an exchange of that nature, whether it's online or offline.
I'm getting called out in chat for my analogy falling apart. Yeah, it did absolutely fall apart. I'm so sorry. I think it's, like I said, I think it's more just, I just think, yeah, no, it's absolutely falling apart. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. This is the joy that we need, after starting my call here on a really difficult note. This is the joy this is the joy that we need.
Yeah. I guess
Jeffree Star
guess
is not the ominous child.
he's not. I'm just talking about, I'm more talking about the idea of walking away from this idea of like having to have this dichotomy of like there having to be this thing that needs to suffer in order for us to have a fair and just society. And we gotta walk away from that shit. And I think that is what creates the in-groups and out-groups of like having to like, this person has to suffer in order for there to be goodness. And I think that people just pick who is the one that has to suffer, you know, whether that be like gay people, whether that be bisexual people, whether that be ace people. We got to kick them out in order for us to have like a safe community. No, Jeffree Star is not the homeless child. Like I said, that fucking analogy really got away from me. I'm so sorry. Yes.
Now the question is,
yes,
can he
premise.
be the ominous child? Can he?
I mean, like, you know, part of me is like, maybe we should put him in a basement and hit him with a fucking baseball bat full of nails a little bit. I don't know, maybe he'd like that. But yeah, no, this analogy is really falling apart. I'm sorry, chat. Maybe I should be the homeless child.
Oh my god.
For having this analogy utterly fall to fucking pieces. Anyway, let's move on from fucking Jeffree Star.
Sure. Yeah. So
Somebody's like the Trump the Omelas child.
oh, Herbie, you're killing us. Herbie, I don't have the strength. I'm trying to be serious and lock in, but Herbie.
Everybody lock the fuck in right now. Okay. Anyway, what were you saying, Val? I can't even think right now. Like, my face is like, I'm getting a tension headache from laughing too hard because of how fucking ridiculous this got.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
fucking walking
so-
away from this conversation. Okay.
The chat is just going off right now. The chat is making me lose it. Anywho,
Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Shane.
oh yes, Shane, thank you. We appreciate the monies in this house. Mwah. But when okay, my second question being, is that when we do witness any oppression Olympics, not even necessarily triangulation, you know, but just like, you know, oppression Olympics and oh boy, I really hate to say it, but you know, anecdotally in my personal experience, like when, like, again, I'm just existing and I'm being vulnerable and sharing my human experiences, with the things that I've heard and the things that I've seen, or how people talk and even perceive me, you know. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but it does seem to be a pattern. When people do play Oppression Olympics with me, it's almost as if they are threatened. They are fucking threatened that I am existing, and I exist within the context that I was born into. And I'm simply responding, or I'm addressing it. I tend to always see that the people who do start the Oppression Olympics tend to be white people.
Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
again, I do not think, babes, you are not exempt from the leopards eating your faces off. But yeah, you're also right. And I
Yes,
think
and-
it's because they've never had to experience serious oppression from any other angle. So they're like, holy fucking shit. Homophobia sucks, dude. Nobody's ever have you fucking seen this shit? Have you like is anybody looking over here? And because they're not tapped into like the effects of racism, they're just like their tits are blown clean off by the one avenue of of oppression they are experiencing. And so they get kind of selfish and egotistical about it.
Yeah, or they feel as if the attention and emotional labor by the general public can be stolen, you know? They really feel as if, you know, just by me addressing what I've experienced, but I still have the love in my heart to say, that being said though, like I don't know, like, you know, when I talk to Paige, when I talk to Fiona, which by the way, Fiona being so very based, sexy, big penis, mwah, you are correct. I have the Chad aura. Exactly. Someone needed to say it. Thank you. Someone needed to say it.
I think that like I was gonna say something really smart and it's gone. Never mind.
It's okay. It will come back. Just leave out treats for it. It will return.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, like I'm not even like trying to debate. I'm not even trying to like, you know, one up them or whatever. Literally, I'm just here like, you know, sharing.
I remembered.
Say it now before I go. Say it now.
I think that white people are so used to being centered in all discussions that when it gets pulled back to oppression and they also expect their experiences to be centered there, and they're not used to somebody else taking center stage. And when that happens, they get very upset about it in the same way that they would get upset in any other context of their life when their white privilege would allow them to take center stage. It's just whiteness presenting itself, and white privilege and that white ego and fragility presenting itself in a new space.
Yeah. And I I should be locking the fuck in, but like, I can't help being human.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you and I have definitely experienced this when we are being firm and, we are being pro this and that, and we're not saying we are anti this or anti that. But when we are being firm, with where we do position ourselves, when we witness discrimination, whether it is covert or overt, when we do make ourselves very clear, and we're not being transactional about this or anything of the sort, you and I have definitely experienced like white people still trying to make themselves a victim and feeling saying things like, oh, they feel they feel guilty for this and that, and yet like they're still being an asshole on the internet, and and I have experienced that. Oh, go ahead.
Someone in chat is being like, same is true of men, and I'm like, I don't think it's the same thing at all, because I see what you mean, but gender is so different to race, because you cannot meaningfully draw a circle around men and women without excluding somebody. Like, if you draw, okay, these people are men and these people are women, and this is the experiences of men and this is the experience of women, you are going to, by definition, leave some people out. So that's why racism is different from sexism. And you're like, oh, same as men. And it's like, okay, but like, what about trans men? What about black men? I feel like the people that are always like, okay, yeah, but what about men? Men also do the same. Men also, whenever racism comes out, I hate to say this, but to me, that's like, oh, that's a white woman right there, or that's a white non-binary. Like, this is somebody that is white saying this, that is trying to absolve themselves of racism or being part of the machine of racism. We need to stop doing this whenever somebody's like, hey, white people do this thing. Okay, yeah, but what about men? Men also do this thing. It's like, simmer down a little bit. Like, I'm just saying, like you got to stop doing that. We got to stop trying to, like white people, you got to stop trying to absolve yourselves of your whiteness. It is like, I'm going to say this because I'm such a kind and gentle and sweet person. It is okay to be white. It is 100% all right if you're white. You're not going to get in trouble. I promise you. It's okay if you're white. And I'm not going to repeat that. But I'm telling you that now. If you're white, it's okay. It is absolute. You're not in trouble. Nobody's going to yell at you. It's okay. If you are ever feeling that like guilt over being white and that urge to be like, oh, but what about men, or what about this group? Just come back to this point, like timestamp it, come back to this point in the live stream and just replay me reassuring you that nobody's going to kill you for being white. But yeah, this is part of the problem. I think.
Yeah. And, I noticed that, like, you and I, somewhat recently, like, you and I, when,
Ooh, someone
we,
coming after me. Fragile men get triggered when people complain about men, including fragile trans men. Hey, you know what the difference is between cisgender men and transgender men? Transgender men have been basically experiencing misogyny for their entire lives. Just saying.
and like, go ahead.
No, that's it. Like you are right now. You are speaking to two trans men, that are not white right now.
Yeah.
On like both of us are trans men that aren't white.
Yeah. And, sincerely, I think at least with this point, I can speak for the both of us. Like, as two trans like men, there is no bone in our body that sincerely believes in like ethnocentrism of like, by POC. Like that is not what's happening. But when we do get like a little mean, when this kind of oppression Olympic example thing happens,
black women are more marginalized than black men. This is what we're talking about with the oppression Olympics, boys and girls. Who do you think, when we talk about gun violence against black Americans, who do you think is getting shot the most? Who do you think is like, it is not useful. And it is not what people like Kimberly Crenshaw were talking about, or like when we talk about intersectionality. The point of intersectionality isn't to turn this into a game of fucking D&D and min-max. The point is that somebody with these experiences lives at a certain intersection. A black man and a black woman live at two different intersections, just like a trans man and a trans woman live at different intersections. And that intersection gets more complicated the more nuanced you get. What about their ability? What about, are they trans? Are they cis? Are they gay? Are they straight? Are they bi? Are they ace? Are they multiple of those things? What's their class? What's their financial situation? Where did they grow up? Are they immigrants? Are they natural born citizens? Like, intersectionality is so much more complicated than fucking Pokemon types and RPG min-maxing. That's not how intersectionality works. That's not what it means. It's just a means to describe how complicated and how different somebody's experience is based on what their identity and situation is.
Yeah, this is not like a thing of like, you activated my trap card, or like, oh, Uno revert. Like, it's
I am also like, I'm like putting this user in timeout right now. You are not being helpful to this. We're gonna go 24 hours. Bye, Blueberry.
They gone.
Bye. You can go back on fucking Tumblr and go bitch about people there. I literally do not need you here.
Mm-hmm.
The
Literally,
dawn.
someone trying to start the Oppression Olympics in the chat. That's crazy.
Yeah, you're not helping anybody, by the way. You're just literally making your place more, your space more unsafe. Like, you think that you are tearing down men, but you know who else gets affected by anti-male sentiments? Trans women, non-binary people. Like, you're not actually helping anybody. Goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Yup.
my stream, and I don't give a shit what you have to say. You are the one causing problems in this situation. Anyway. Yeah,
Anyway, let us
Tumblr
finally
brain is just the other side of the coin of Redditor brain. They're the same fucking guy. They're the same fucking person.
the two evils, the two Oppression Olympics evils. um. Okay. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in
Yeah,
right
let's
now.
lock the fuck in, Val. Lock the fuck in.
Okay. I was just trying to say, obviously you and I, we are both transmasc, also people of color. Um, for any instance, any isolated like case of like we are trying to reaffirm our boundaries and make ourselves very clear with where we stand when we see someone, whether they're in our personal lives or not, saying or doing something really, really inappropriate, that breaks that social contract. And when we make ourselves very clear that we do not like approve of that and we're not going to stand for that. And if that thing is so bad that we are willing to retire said friendship from those individuals for for the thing that they've done, they seem to try to piss and cry, the whole white fragility of it all, the machine of white supremacy of it all, um, you know and even though it's kind of fucked up but kind of in a tragic but very real way, like you and I, because we're also like breathing people with bleeding hearts, we you know even when we know we shouldn't feel bad for these people when they do pull this kind of thing with the Oppression Olympics, like we still can't help but feel bad uh for these people, like, anyway,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm pretty sure there is room to be said that, like, sure, some people who do play these Oppression Olympics, maybe they didn't mean to be the asshole that they spent like an hour or two like being on the internet by comparing human suffering. Um, and like, yes, mental health is also a need that needs to be addressed across the world right now. And I'm pretty sure, like, yes, people do feel guilty for being white or lacking the quote unquote like real oppression, the kind of oppression that's so in your face, it's almost cinematic, like, the kind of oppression that comes from the movies. And I'm pretty, yeah, there are people out there who live much more comfortable lives,
Mm-hmm.
that it almost rubs off as tone deaf when they do address oppression, and feel like they have to be like the smartest person in the room with these things, um,
No,
when
I think that
like, regardless if you're white or
mm-hmm.
colored or trans or cis or whatever, like, regardless of your own individual intersectionality, when we do start to feel guilty, when we see someone in our lives do this kind of thing, what do we do?
um I think that, again, it's important to remember that, I said this a little earlier, but your heart is not a piece of pie. Like, you don't have to, like, just because you have compassion for one group doesn't mean you don't have any room for compassion for the others. I can care about little Liam, who was, detained by ICE, but I can also care for I can also care for the kid I'm working with that, gets called homophobic slurs at school, but otherwise lives a comfortable life. Like, you don't have to have less compassion for the kid that gets called homophobic slurs in school just because you're giving some of that attention to Liam. Right? Like, our heart is not a finite thing that gets like cut up and given away, and we have to like hold on to the pieces lest we are too compassionate to one group and then don't have enough compassion left to go around. Like, that's literally not how it works. And I think it's important to remind that. I think it's important for community leaders to be super aware of that. And that's why I think that community is so important, because if we have some sort of checks and balances to avoid falling into this kind of thinking, because we have strong community leaders that have that the empathy and wisdom to understand that, like, they're not going to run out of empathy and compassion. I think that I think that the way that theory is passed around on the internet is not great, because it does become a big part of it, just becomes feeding our egos rather than actually doing praxis or any material good, or like just having compassion with people of all different walks of life, because we get so fixated not necessarily on helping, but on being the wokest person in the room. And like, we don't fucking need that. We need to actually like lock the fuck in and get some shit done. And that happens by having strong community leaders and like people who know what they're doing, who have experience, who have that wisdom, who have the capacity to hold that much compassion. And like being able to, for those community leaders to teach other people that, yes, you have the capacity to be compassionate and wise and like experienced as I do. To me, that's what a strong community leader is. And I think that's how we take care of that. Because on the internet, so much of it is about performance. But if you like help in your local community and you reach out to your local community, I think that there's so much less of that going on off the internet, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like sure, corporations, and especially like internet algorithms, especially when the algorithm makes a design so that like outrage cycles feel very easy to fall into, and there are creators. There are creators on the internet, whether it's YouTube, it's Tumblr, it's TikTok, when they do post, videos of people doing really horrible things, microaggressions or whatnot, and people in the comments getting engaged, in these outrage cycles that may initially look like, constructive discussions on the surface. But it's really not. They're flame wars. They're flame wars, but with pretty little academic words sprinkled in. Like, yes, with this kind of phenomenon going on across the internet, like, yeah, we are definitely exposed and vulnerable to losing our relative like empathy, including our empathy for our fellow like leftists or progressive, that we forget what we're fighting for. We get so fixated on wanting to be right or wanting to be the smartest person in the room that we forget that our our big step right now is to reduce that harm and being there for each other, including like having that emotional availability. But when that emotional availability is absent, or when that empathy juice runs dry, this cycle of oppression Olympics of like, oh, you're being oversensitive, or like, oh, you're not having it as bad as I do. The thing just kind of happens back and
Okay.
forth. You know
All
what I
right.
mean?
I am seeing in the chat somebody's like, revolutions didn't happen because they had strong leaders who changed history. They happened because the people stood together against the oppressors in charge. I think we're mistaking when I say community leaders, I don't mean like, oh, we have this person that we can tokenize and put at the forefront of our movement. That's not what I mean. I more mean like elders they're the people that are organizing and getting groups together, and they're who you go to for advice, who have been in the movement for a really long time. I do think that community leaders and like, I guess more definitionally accurate would be elders are the backbone of all the best movements. They're like, I'm not talking about who's going to be the next Martin Luther King or who's going to be the next whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the mom down in the inner city community with 5 kids that is always feeding the people that come together for the grassroots movements and is doing the organized. That's the kind of community leader I'm talking about. I'm not talking about who is the next figurehead. I'm talking about who is the one with all the experience who people flock to and gather around because they're a strong, constant, wise presence. And there are millions of those out there. And that's the kind of leaders we need. We need the ones that are comfortable being one person in a million, and part of the group. And they're less the person that we kind of lift above everybody else, and they're more like a nucleus that we all kind of gather around. I'm not talking about figureheads. I'm talking about people that know their shit, that have the experience and have the connections, and that like everybody gravitates around because they know what they're doing. And I think everybody has the capacity to be a great community leader. You just need the expertise, which means experience, education, and just, that's the kind of person I'm talking about. I'm not talking about figureheads. But yes, continue, Val.
Oh, I just wanted to mention real quick. Oh, Fiona, cooking again. Fiona adds, it's important to do whatever you can, even if it's just being a person who listens and lets others feel safe to speak and be themselves. Take it from me, even that is so much. Yes, This is what we mean when we throw the slogan, listen and learn. We're not saying that we and our experiences are like textbooks that feel so impersonal, but something to add on to your theory, like no, like even doing such a thing as just like listening and and being there for us and being able to rebuild and connect, even if it's emotionally, it does so much, and it does signal to me that like, wow, this person does care about me. This person still thinks about my life, and they're not here with judgment. Like they're not here to wag their finger at me, or tell me to get over it. They are there to also reaffirm that my struggle is a struggle.
Yep. And anybody could learn those skills.
Yeah. I just think with the forest of the oppression Olympics, I think a lot of us just like seem to forget that, people think activism or like the big model for internet activism is like, correcting other people, or like, getting into these fucking nobody asked like debates, or whatever, when like, no, bringing hope and just like being there for people. That's what I mean. Like, being there for people and allowing them to feel safe around you. and not making this into like a fucking argument or a contest, but just like people feeling safe enough to even describe like what goes on in their daily lives, and being the person to ask, how can I help?
Mm-hmm.
Or is there anything I can do for you? Does so much fucking more than some idiot using theory or global world history to talk about like systemic oppression or whatever.
Yeah. And
that does.
that
Go
person
ahead.
who says, how can I help? And how can I be of service to you, rather than letting their ego be like, I know what I'm talking about and I'm going to tell you what I think you should be talking about. The first one is that's a good leader. But the person who tries to make it about them and their knowledge and how great they are at being a real leftist, and that's not the kind of person that you build a community around. Nobody wants to hang out with that person.
Exactly. Yeah. What is the point of bitching and pissing and moaning about humanitarian crisis around the world when they don't even feel human to be around themselves? You know what I mean? um exactly, random dragon. Like, talk is cheap, actions help. Exactly. And even a small action um feels so powerful than people really think. And I think that's why, like, sorry, I'm opening a Monster Energy. I gotta lock in because I have to watch something with Jazz afterwards. We're gonna watch a cool Pepe the Frog documentary. Um, um, but like, yeah, even the smallest, acts of kindness spread so much joy, um, so much love that all of these corporations or even corrupt governments will ever give. You know what I mean? Um, I don't mean to be super kumbaya at this point of which point of this stream that I will be talking about, but I just think that like we talk about these issues because we are striving for a tomorrow where we can be safe, where we can put all of this behind us, and maybe even one day, sure, we're so disconnected that we can safely and like, enthusiastically joke about slurs the same way that we joke about the bubonic plague. You know what I mean? Like, um yeah, like people will be receptive to your ideas when they feel good and they feel safe. Um, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but this person who just added, people want to feel good without putting the effort. Exactly,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. Um, and I just think that when we are discussing about any human suffering across the world, or even like animal suffering, because like ecology of it all, and capitalism with the meat industry, but I just think that like, again, when we say we're there for each other, I think we also have to be responsible and hold ourselves accountable to also I don't care how you put it, whether you want to be there for your fellow man emotionally, spiritually, whatever. Um, Throwing yourselves out there, into like a violent riot, that's one thing, sure. But, I think it's so much more meaningful when you do that, but you still hold love. Um, and you still carry that when you address to anyone when you talk about these issues. It's just when Oppression Olympics takes place, yeah, there will be some people, you know, who will focus more on posturing, who will prioritize more in their performance and keeping their reputation, instead of doing any meaningful change. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to add. I think this is gonna be my last thing
All right. Well,
before I gotta do a plugin.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, thank you so much. Now, again, do you have any like projects or like social media that you'd like to plug before you hop off?
Um, since I've already like plugged in my previous personal stuff before, I'm gonna be a smart boy. I'm gonna plug in your Patreon, Krim. Here's my sales pitch. I actually have a great list over at Crim's community server, which you can access by paying for his Patreon. Not only will you, viewer, not only will you be supporting actual big brain, the most big penis,
Hey.
the most big penis person with very big penis heart. That is why Crim's heart is so big, is because it's so full of love, fam. It's so big, it's so juicy.
All right,
and
we'll
I
listen
never
you. Spraying you with
Yes,
a water bottle.
yeah. But but not only will you be helping a great person like this out, by paying for his Patreon, you can actually access to his community server, in which, where the Autism Central channel, I actually posted a comprehensive list of all of the big resources and websites that you can go to counteract the frontline fascism that's going on by the ICE raids. I have a couple of sources there to inform you of how of what you can do to make sure that that the immigrants in your areas stay safe. Even some cool photos and guides of what to do when a ICE agent shows up at your door or your workplace. And a few other causes that would greatly appreciate your donations.
Make sure that somebody gets that pinned in that chat. You might have to send me a link to it, and I can pin it later.
I know Sparrow has it pinned.
Okay,
should I
it is pinned already. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, it's a big old list of resources. Perfect. Thank you so much. And you have a great week, Val. Thank you so much for jumping on. Always appreciate your thoughts.
Of course. Also, feel free to hit me up for the whole chic thing. I'm sorry, King. I couldn't find anything.
No,
you're good.
You're good. You're good. Spoilers, because people are listening. Not everybody knows about the video that I'm working on. Actually,
you're right.
I did tease a little bit of it on Tumblr. So, all right, thank you so much. But yeah, Val's helping me on my next video. So,
yay! All right. Bye.
Bye. Excellent. All right, we're gonna bring on our next guest. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
How's my mic sound?
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
Okay, just making sure. I've had a lot of issues with it recently.
All right, so can you introduce yourself and let us know what you would like to talk about?
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Gabe, Gabe the GM. I'm a part of Crim's Discord, and I've been watching him since the early streams. And yeah, I just felt like, I don't know, this topic interests me, so I felt like I'd come on, and a lot of what I wanted to say has been said, but I still wanted to say my piece, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely okay. What did you want to talk about?
Okay, I guess I would just say, yeah, I've also been quite worried, because even though I'm not in America, I am based in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not.
But
I'm not American either.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, but I've still been. You're closer, so I understand. Yeah. So I completely understand your concern. And yeah, I've also just been very worried and angry, I guess is the best way to put it. This has been a long month.
Yeah.
January's been terrible.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I don't know. The Oppression Olympics thing. This is something that's like been in my life for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I've like experienced it firsthand. Not just to myself, but also friends and like other people I've seen, and it always just bothers me because I'm just like, what? There's no point in this. Like, this is just like I don't know. It's just like as you said, it's a distraction. You're 100% right about that.
It's more about people's ego than it is about helping anybody.
Yeah. I remember seeing a pretty good analogy about Oppression Olympics once.
Yeah.
It's about, like, imagine you've been stabbed, and then, like, stabbed just once. And then someone else was like, oh, well, that guy who stabbed you, he stabbed me twice. So I'm the bigger victim because I was stabbed more than him. But, like, the real problem is...
Like, why is this guy fucking stabbing people?
Yeah, you've both been stabbed. Why is he stabbing people? Why is no one stopping that person from stabbing more people?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I thought that was, like, the perfect way of describing it.
It reminds me of, like stop me if you've ever heard this one before, but you know those people that are like, you tell a story to, it's like, oh yeah, like last weekend, like I fell out of my bed and busted my knee open, and they're like, oh, well, that's okay. 2 weeks ago, I fell off my roof and I literally got a concussion. And it's like, why are you fucking one-upping me? I feel like that's more the mentality that these people have, more so than, like, I want to help people, you know? It's they just want to one-up you, but, like, in the woke way.
Yeah. Yeah. You hit the nail on the head. I don't really have anything to add to that. And yeah, as you said, it's very destructive, because it's like, we're not focusing on the right things to be angry about when it comes to Oppression Olympics. I feel like there's other things worth fighting for instead of turning toward this infighting. Once again, it's a distraction. If we spend too much time infighting, then we lose sight of the bigger picture, and we lose sight of, like, focusing on, like, things that are more important.
I remember that when Saint originally coined the term transandrophobia, and we started talking on in different spaces about the oppression that trans men faced. There was this huge pushback against them, mostly by cis women, if I'm gonna be honest with you, but there were obviously some trans women in there too. Largely, though, in my experience, it's cis women that want to absolve themselves of transphobia is mostly the people that came out against trans men. But, like, yeah, obviously there are some trans women in there too, but I mostly witnessed it from cis women. But they pulled the conversation away from trans men, talking about their isolation, the difficulty it is to access reproductive health care and hormones, and the way that trans men's lives and experiences actually work out. And it more became about, does this axis of oppression even exist? And no longer, when you look into these conversations and topics, are there people talking about what their lives as trans men are, but it's arguing, it's basically trans men versus trans women. It's completely shifted focus and been pulled away from a group of people that are very vulnerable and at risk of being sexually and physically abused. No longer is it about them talking about their experiences. It's now just like, I have a right to say my piece, because even that is being met with some pushback because of all of this, because it's like, oh, well, trans women have it worse. And obviously not all trans women are the ones saying this, because, again, this is also another thing that keeps bringing up. I don't know anybody who has seriously, on a larger scale, talked about the issues of transandrophobia or trans misandry or whatever you want to call it. I don't know anybody who talks about that seriously that denies the existence of trans misogyny. I don't think anybody does. But so often, because of the direction it's been pulled into, because of people's ego, we always have to preface it like, hey, I'm not saying that trans women are at fault here, or I'm not saying that trans misogyny doesn't exist. We always have to preface it, and like very, it gets really frustrating. And so the entire conversation has been eclipsed by validity that and like talking about we have a right to be here, that we can't even actually talk about the issues. And I think the same goes for bi people, the same goes for non-binary people and ace people. Like this, we've been here 1,000 fucking times.
Yes.
Like, why are we having this conversation? We're like reheating these fucking nasty ass leftovers that we've been reheating since the dawn of the suffragette movement.
No, absolutely.
Like over 100 years old, these leftovers that we keep reheating. I'm getting tired of it.
Yeah, like, can we have something else, please?
Yeah, can we have
something more productive?
Please,
absolutely.
the fucking pasta has congealed into a solid block of starch. Please, can we have
Jesus
something else?
Christ. That is, oh god, that's foul.
That's what it feels like, though. Like, if you go back on my older blog and you go back to like 2012, before trans androphobia was even being spoken about, you can find posts about me talking about the True Scum Too Cute thing, which is like, hey, non-binary people aren't really a thing. And like, I was saying the same thing then as I am now, because again, we are just having the same conversation over and over and over again. It's exhausting.
Yeah. This has been going on for like since before I was born. And yeah, it's still exactly. Like a problem of like this.
Yeah. Anyway.
Like yeah.
Yeah, no, you go ahead. You can go ahead and say what you were gonna say. I just said anyway as like it's just a space filler. I'm sorry.
There's like people saying like oh, we have to, we'll have to compromise. Like, oh, we've won these rights. We don't need anything else.
Yeah.
We have everything now. It's like, well, maybe you have everything.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean everyone has it.
I got mine, sort of. I got mine. I don't care about anybody else sort of mentality. It's never helpful.
No, absolutely. Because, like, if we keep compromising over and over and over and over again, what's left?
We don't have to compromise, though. We don't have to.
Yeah. Yeah, but, like, people argue that we do.
Yeah.
Being like, we've got all this. We don't need to keep going for anything else. But, because this group are now... speaking for themselves.
Dare I say it? It's the capitalism.
It is.
Dare I say it?
no. Like I know it's obvious, but it is true.
I feel sorry to be a cringe bread tuber. Capitalism really does rot people's brains.
Nothing's cringe about this. What's cringe is capitalism.
Yeah. So you're based in the UK, yeah?
I am. I'm Scotland specifically.
Scotland. Okay, my bad. Sorry to... Oh, God. Didn't mean to put that in there. Sorry to imply that you might be...
I'm not British.
Yeah, I am so sorry. Anyway. But even there is an interesting conversation to have if we want to talk about, like, British imperialism and its effect on, like, the Gaelic countries. And we can have, I think it's perfectly, we are able to have empathy for like Scotland and Ireland and Wales and the way that those cultures are constantly under attack by British occupation, but also have empathy for the rest of the world too. Like, we don't have to pick and fucking choose.
Yeah, exactly.
Grim, you can say English. Can I?
Who even likes English? Who even speaks that language?
I had I had a friend that came here to work that was Scottish, and like that was like a big topic of conversation of like her not being able to feel like she could talk about that. And it's like, no, you're allowed to talk about it. You're not taking away. You're not like sucking the air. Not like, again, like hearts aren't pies. there is not a finite source of compassion. You can have compassion for everybody. It's really easy. You just do that.
Yeah.
Like, why are you so threatened?
Don't
I don't
worry.
understand why people are threatened by somebody else having empathy for another person. Like, why are we getting all worked up?
That's the thing, is that empathy is kind of like, I feel like bigots can't really comprehend empathy, or they see it as just something that isn't, I don't know, desirable or like attainable.
Yeah.
And that's really tragic.
Little red book for the little red devil. Get out of here.
Don't worry, Blanca. There's no need to apologize for saying your English.
I mean, no. No, I have family. I have family in England. No, I think, No, I think,
same.
Yeah.
And yeah, you mentioned earlier, there was a very, very brief mentioning of the First They Came poem. And I feel like, for me, a reason why I feel like I need to fight for these things and I need to not stay quiet is because I don't want it, like, that to happen again.
Yeah. No, it's very relevant. It does keep happening. Hold on. Let me grab the poem. It's because it's not a long poem.
No. But it's effective.
Yes, it is. All right. It's by Pastor Martin Niemöller. There we go. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came out for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. That is the poem in its entirety. It's a short one. But I think it's class consciousness is so important, folks.
It did, yeah. Mr. Niemöller, I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name properly, but you hit the nail right on the head.
Yeah. And again, it's the same conversation over and over and over again, because it's the same weapons being used over and over again. And no one is free unless we're all free. I think that's truer now than it ever was. But yes. Was there anything else you wanted to say, Gabe?
Well, I don't think I've got anything else to say right now. As I said earlier, like, a lot of what I wanted to talk about has been covered, but I just wanted to throw in my own 2 cents because this is something I do care about. Right. I just think, please, everybody, I don't know how to put it. Just, like, stop fighting. Stop fucking fighting.
Be kind to one another and be comfortable sitting your. What I tried to find it the other day, but it's like this picture of like a parsnip or something, but it looks like a person all curled up and looking like it's sit down, and it's like she sat her white ass down and listened. And I think that, like, it's okay if we sit down and listen. Like, no, nobody, you're not gonna get hurt. It's not that people are gonna stop caring about you because they have, emotional impermanence and can't remember that you also need help. You just need to be patient and kind, and I think it'll all work out in the end. All right. Well, thank you so much. Oh, go ahead.
I'll just say. Someone else probably has said this before me, way better, but you can be anything you want in this world. Just be kind.
Yes.
Be better.
Thank you.
Be good.
Do you have anything that you would like any personal projects that you would like to plug?
Oh, well, if you'll let me, I've been getting into streaming a bit more this year. Like
Right.
just playing, just casually playing games that I like and talking about them. They're a bit rough around the edges, but
Oh, that's all right.
I'm trying.
We all start somewhere. You could pop a link to that down in the chat if you'd like.
Sure. Sure, I'll plug my channel. Why not?
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gabe. You don't have to be embarrassed.
Well, still, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
All right.
And everybody also everybody sub to Krim. He's great. His content's great.
And make sure you like this stream.
Yeah,
that like
I like
button.
this stream too. Mm-hmm. Although because I'm here, you might not actually like it, but still like it.
No, you gotta hit the like button.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay. Oh, yeah, right. All right. Thank you so much, Gabe. I'll talk to you later. Have a great week.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Oh, okay. Bring on our next guest. Hello.
Hello. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. Can you introduce yourself and let us know what you'd like to talk about?
Hi, I'm Mothra, and I just kind of want to talk about like the negative impact that the oppression in the Olympics tends to have on the Black community because it's incredibly impactful, and it's really like it creates like almost like a current that we have to fight against in order to have people take us seriously.
Okay. Go off, friend.
So it's just very, very frustrating sometimes when you want to speak out, like as a Black person, about like some of the issues that are going on in the community, some of the historical things that we've had to go through that have still affected us to this day, and oftentimes we'll be told, well, it's not as bad as insert historical event. You know, and it could be anything, but on oftentimes it's compared to genocides that have happened in other places of the world, and it's like, well, it's not as bad as this, and because of that, oftentimes we'll be like, hey, this kind of like actually genuinely fucked with us, and we're still having these problems to this day. We don't get listened to because it's quote unquote not as bad, despite the fact that like I don't like if you know like African American like history, like you know how bad it really got, but generally because a lot of the times it's like very much dismissed. People don't know how bad it got.
Well, there's that, but there's also like two other parts of that too. A, it's not as bad now as it was then. So you get compared to your own oppression that is still having ripple effects today. Or B, oh, so you think that Africa was just this like peaceful nation that weren't, you know, or you get like the whole, well, you were barbarians before we came across you, so we actually made your lives, you know, you get both of those kind of things on top of just being compared to other atrocities that have occurred in the and I'm saying it like that because the same thing happens to the indigenous community, where it's like, at least it's not as bad as this. At least it's not as bad as how you used to be, or, well, it's better than it used to be. That tends to be the different ways that this fucking happens.
Yeah, and for like example, like one of the worst, and this is like not even the worst thing, the worst things that has happened, and like I think it was either last year or the year before, the 100-year anniversary of it came around, with the Tulsa race massacres. And for those who don't know, there was a Black community that was settled right next to a white community because they couldn't live together, but they could live next to each other, and Black people could work for the white people, but they couldn't interact. And the Black community in Tulsa, Oklahoma was doing very well for itself. And the white community did not like this. So they basically found a reason to attack this black community, and they killed just about everybody that lived there.
Mm-hmm.
Like they tore down all of their like stores, their houses, and everyone that was left over and displaced. Like the descendants of those people are only like 1 to 2 generations out. They're still alive to this day, and
Mm-hmm.
they've never been compensated for that. And that's
Mm-hmm.
one of the worst things that's ever happened in recorded Black history, and it's very messed up. And this happened in Tulsa. I'm so sorry. Give me a second.
You're good. While you're gathering, like, and it's not like this is the only time something like this has happened, because you also, now there might not have necessarily been a riot to the same degree, but this happened in Central Park, and it even happened in my city, where a black community is established, and then the white people don't like that, so they rip apart the community. That's happened in Central Park. That's why there's a park there now, because it used to be a black community that they wanted to take down a peg. And in my city, we have Africville, which is now also just a park.
Yeah. They just tear down these places, and oftentimes historically what's happened in both, obviously, like United States and Canada, and in a lot of ways very much mirror each other in a way that is not necessarily pleasant. But what happens is they'll tell people that they need to leave, and that they'll compensate them later, and then they never
don't.
do. And that's the least violent examples. The most violent is if there's just a black community there, they just like kill the people, because there's this lake, forget the name of the lake. It's
the man-made one.
It has it's a man-made lake, and there is at the bottom of this lake, and it was filled in with a bunch of water while people were still there. So this lake is filled with like dead black Americans, and an entire town. And it's the lake is actually considered cursed now because of this. And there's like a lot of like
Lake Lanier. Here's the problem: is that this has happened more than one time. There's Lake Artemisia. Artemisia has also was, yeah. Lakeland Black community was buried by the man-made Lake Artemisia, with at least 50 homes. But also, like, this has happened. The black communities, plural, that were erased by water. So Lake Lanier, you have Lake Marion, Belarus Lake, Delta. Like, you're just mentioning a lake. Like, this happens.
Yes, this happens so much, and a lot of people like to pretend like this isn't a problem anymore, and that's kind of like oh, we need to focus on more like quote unquote important things, but these are still problems, because there are still places like in the United States called sundown towns. And for people who don't know, a sundown town is basically if you're black or any person of color, but particularly black, and you are still in that town when that sun sets, it is very likely that they are going to kill you. They are considered exceptionally dangerous. They are no travel zones for black people. And there is an entire, like, if you go to Google and Google sundown towns, there is a website dedicated to listing.
I'm gonna bring that up. Hold on, let me bring.
So it's just kind of like, oh, well, it isn't as bad as it used to be. Well, I beg to differ. It's actually still just as bad in a lot of ways. Yes, there's like laws that, like, for example, there's laws that say legally you're not allowed to discriminate. Banks aren't allowed to discriminate against black people trying to purchase houses, but this doesn't actually stop these real estate companies and individual realtors from discriminating against black people on both lowballing there's the sale price of their home just because they're Black, and then also charging them way too much for these homes just because they're Black. And there have been a few people over the years who have run experiments where they have offered a house up as, you know, as their Black selves, and then they get a price, and then they have their white friend come in and offer the same house up, um and the price is significantly more for what they're going to get out of selling their house. So like, while it's like, yes, on paper technically they're supposed to be following these laws, oftentimes they don't. And it's there's like there's such the list of things that Black people have to deal with is so long, but we just don't get taken seriously because it's not that bad anymore,
Yeah.
or it wasn't as bad as X,
Oh,
Y, and Z.
if you think that it's only bad in the South, there are 350 or 349 sundown towns in Illinois, and 246 in Wisconsin, 245 in Indiana, 144 in Ohio. They're everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, like,
they're fucking everywhere. There's
if you just look in, like,
114
Kansas, there's a lot there,
in
too.
California. Let me see, where's Kansas? I don't fucking know where Kansas is.
Kansas
There
is
it is.
2 states
100
above Texas.
133 in Kansas.
Mm-hmm. And there probably would be more if it wasn't mostly farmland. Where we mostly produce in Kansas sunflower seeds, wheat, soy, apples, things like that. A lot of the land is very much dedicated to that. But there's still, like, there's enough towns in there that I would say that's Kansas doesn't have that many cities and towns, but that's still a significant portion of those cities and towns in Kansas.
Okay, right now this is historically. This is not currently. Okay.
Sorry about that. My cat just knocked something over.
Just lock the fuck in, Mothra. What the fuck? So this isn't current, which is a little frustrating. Current sundown towns in the U.S. There we go.
And, like, it just feels a little bit frustrating because oftentimes, historically, at least in the United States, obviously I can't speak for everywhere, but oftentimes historically, the people who are at the forefront of the civil rights movements that we've had over, you know, even just the last century have been Black people. We've been the ones that have been organizing these protests. We're the ones whose bodies are oftentimes put on the line. Sadly, we are a significant portion of casualties, and it's to the point where, like, there's been a pattern that's been noticed that when there's protests, oftentimes if Black people are not there, the casualties are significantly less.
Well, and here's another thing that I'd like to point out is that, like, yes, and the fact of the matter is that, like, if you're having a movement, let's just go with the suffragette movement, and what often happens is that Black people get excluded from that. The suffragette movement, the original, like, women's suffrage movement, did not include Black women, and a big part of the push to get women's suffrage was that they should get it before Black men got the vote. And they didn't even care about Black. So what often happens is that Black people are forced to create their own spaces because white spaces are not being inclusive of them. And because of that, they often get thrust to the forefront because it's like, oh, well, they're doing the inclusive version of this movement. So it's not that Black people have more capacity within themselves to be activists. It's just that they are forced to make their own movements, and because their movements are focused on inclusivity, because they have to be, that's just kind of how the math works out.
And this isn't me saying that, like, other, like, minority groups aren't necessarily, like, you know, like supportive of like each other, because oftentimes we do come out for each other. During the Black Lives Matter protests, one of the biggest groups that came to back up the Black community was the indigenous community of the United States. There was a ton of other, like there was like the Asian community was there. It was even, what was crazy to me is I even saw people who were Mennonites, which for people who don't know what Mennonites are, they're like Amish people, but not racist. So it's that's like a very obviously a very bare bones explanation, but they also very much live very, very simple lives with utilizing technology that would be considered obsolete by the vast majority of Americans at this point. But they were out there and coming out for these, for the communities, because they were also just as outright outraged as when George Floyd was sadly killed. But it sometimes it feels like in order for the Black community to be taken seriously, somebody has to die. And that's a little bit frustrating too, because it's just kind of like, why do we always have, why does our blood always have to be shed for you to like look at us and like pay attention? Why does it have to go that far?
Again, I think it comes back to, I don't know how long that you've been listening, but I think it comes back to ego. It feels good when it's like a life or death situation, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not based on like I individually am the one suffering the most, it becomes more that I'm the one supporting the people that are suffering the most. When it's like having the mentality of who's experiencing the most harm is already like what did Fiona, I think it was Fiona that brought up, it's like if somebody is coming around stabbing people, you get stabbed once and then the guy next to you is like, well, I got stabbed twice yesterday. We should not be like, oh fuck, well that guy's got it so much worse. We should be like, why are we letting this fucking dude stab people?
Right. And I think it comes back, like I think what plays into the oppression Olympics is oftentimes racial triangulation. People want us to fight each other because if we're fighting each other, we're not paying attention to the guy with the knife.
Exactly.
And it's kind of, oh, it's so dumb. It's genuinely so dumb, but it's just so frustrating to live out. And sometimes I'll see this stuff online, and obviously online isn't necessarily representative of the entire population of the United States of America, let alone the world. But it's so disheartening to see a lot of this like just hate and vitriol. And I don't like it. I don't like it when it's happening to Black people, but I also don't like it when it's happening to other people either.
Yeah,
I really don't like it.
It's not like it's like, oh, thank God it wasn't a Black person this time. Like that doesn't happen.
No, I just get upset every single time it happens, and I'm just like, oh great, again, here we are. We can't just have a, because it'll just happen like even with like people having quote unquote like normal conversations, and then next thing you know, someone's like, well, get over it, or like, you know, you're Black so you don't deserve this, that, or the other thing. And it's just kind of like, ah.
Somebody's like, not to start anything, but did anyone else notice how a lot of people only spoke out against ICE when a white man and woman were treated the same way Black people have been treated the whole time, yet not made that? Hey, I don't know about you, but no, I didn't notice that. I think that I've been noticing people have been anti-ICE like since this all started happening. What are you talking about? I don't know where you are, but like I've noticed that people have been coming out against ICE as soon as we're like, dude, they're putting children in fucking prison camps. This has been a pretty big deal the whole time.
I will say yes and no. I will say most people
have been on the same page. But there was a large group of people who came out afterward. Like a concerningly large amount of people who came out afterwards and then had a problem.
I don't know.
Because
I
for
just
them up until that point, it wasn't bad and enough.
yeah. I think it's also see the thing is that I think what's been happening in Minneapolis has been so documented more so than any of their actions have been before. Like I mentioned earlier that I mentioned earlier near the start of the stream where there was a video going around of an artist with her clipboard held in her arms, and she looks away, and this ICE agent sees her looking away, and the camera is on this woman kind of like almost like slightly behind her. So you're getting like you're looking at this ICE agent, looking at him looking at her, sees her turn her head away, and he drops down and aims his gun and shoots directly at her face. And thank fucking God this woman had the reflexes to bring her clipboard up as soon as he went down. It was like watching a tiger about to pounce on a fucking gazelle or something. It was scary. And I don't think we have seen like stills and photographs, and we have heard quotes like "I can't breathe," but we are seeing at such a higher volume documentation of these utterly evil moments of like this harmless woman who isn't doing anything looked away, and he saw it as an opportunity to attack. And he went for it. And I think the document, I'm not saying that they're mutually exclusive. I'm not saying that like white people being put in danger is not being afforded a certain kind of attention that people of color don't get, because there is a bit of that. But I think a huge part of it is how much documentation is happening in Minneapolis more so than anywhere else. And the fact that the press is being attacked as well is why this is starting to get
I think over the years, as social media has grown, and as we've been able to understand and utilize the devices that we carry around in our pockets daily, we understand that because we have these cameras, because we have access to the internet, that if we can get a recording or a photo, we can put it online and they can't deny that it happened.
Yeah. Like, look, when I was a teenager, I basically believed the same things that I do now about how it doesn't matter. Like, you should fucking listen to black people about racism. Like, you would never catch me saying the N-word to judge black people based on their person. You know, I believed all those fundamentally same things. I did not know that black people were being killed in the street. I did not know the details about the war on drugs when I was a teenager before we all had smartphones. Because, yeah, when I was a teenager, we didn't all have smartphones. I still knew that racism was bad. And I still knew that black people kind of got the shit end of the stick when it came to racial hierarchy. But I didn't understand how bad it was. And I think that, like, while it's satisfying to be like, you only started caring this when white people got involved, and there might be a little bit of truth of that to some people, I think to pretend that we haven't been having this conversation for years now, I think that's not great, because it kind of puts the onus on the people for not paying attention. When I think we've been being attention, the fact of the matter is that the people in the power are abusing their power. So, like, let's not get distracted from that.
Definitely. Because the fact, at the end of the day, sadly, those people died and they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
And that man that particularly died recently, I can't remember his name, just saw it recently. But that man, and I was talking to somebody about this the other day. I can't remember. I think you were there for the conversation, but so the concept of the proximity of whiteness, I'm not a big fan of it, but I feel like it works for this in particular. This man was a white man. He protected a person of color, and in doing so, he gave up his proximity to whiteness. And the consequences for giving up your proximity to whiteness is oftentimes violence, and in this case, it was death. Because he was seen as a traitor, that is why they killed him. He gave up the thing that was protecting him in order to protect somebody else, and the consequence for that was death.
Well, yeah.
So that's also why
it's complicated.
Even though, like, yeah, historically look at this like with under an eye of scrutiny, I wouldn't say that necessarily people weren't caring before these white people died, and at the end of the day, like, these poor people are dead. They were killed. So comparing the deaths to other deaths, I think also loops back around to the topic. These people didn't deserve to die.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they did not deserve to die.
And also,
so
those white people were there because they cared. Let's not let's not forget about that. The reason that Minneapolis is happening and so many white people are dying is because a bunch of white people do care.
Yeah.
So it's clearly some of them care, or they wouldn't be dying.
Yes. And sadly, because of that, we now have people being taken away from their families, which is the thing that we're against to begin with. And it's incredibly frustrating, and I think right now it's very much like, I think, like, when it comes down to Minneapolis, and just like everything happening across the country, it's very much like a very clear kind of line is going on. And so for the people who are on the side of protecting the immigrants, documented or undocumented, because obviously that's never mattered. For some reason, a lot of people tried to convince themselves that was the thing that mattered, but it never mattered.
Natural born citizens are getting deported.
Yes. So if you are opposed to what is happening to these people, like, we're on the same side. And any conversations about like race that we could be having within this community that is standing up for the right thing, we can definitely, like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have those conversations, but it's probably right now is not the best time to break it down when we're trying to fight off literally the government, which is crazy to me. This is like actually insane. I never thought that I would see this in my lifetime. This sounds, this is the kind of stuff that I read in books. What's happening right now, not something I thought would be of reality. I'm sorry. If you have anything you want to add, go right ahead.
No, it's okay. The person that I timed out of my YouTube chat for being a whiny little baby came to my Tumblr add-ons.
What did, if you could say, what did they say?
Oh, I didn't even realize I still had my Tumblr open. Whoops, I didn't realize it's still screen sharing. Whoops. That was this person. They were on here being like, I was like, hey, like, you know, white people tend to make things about them. And then this person was like, men do that too. And it's like, hey now, it's not the same thing, first of all. And also, this will not absolve you of your whiteness. And 9 times out of 10, the people that are like, okay, but men do that too, in my experience, are white women that are trying to absolve themselves of their whiteness. When they're like, men do the same thing that white people do. Gender and race are not the same thing. You can't compare them. Sorry.
Yeah, especially because, like, at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, when it comes down to categorizing things, you're in this world that we live in, race is oftentimes listed first. And it's because it's the easiest thing you can see upon looking at somebody, like, immediately. Yes, like, you could put a man next to a woman and you'd be like, you know, that's a man, that's a woman. But, like, if one of those people is black, you're gonna go, that's a black man, or that's a black woman. That's kind of why we list our adjectives first in a capacity, because it's the thing that we notice first about a person, rather than the categorization of, like, their gender presentation.
And then I think it's also, like, not to bring this back to, like, my first episode, but I'm curious, would you feel safer in the woods with a black man or a white woman? And, like, I feel like I feel like how you
I'm
answer.
not gonna lie, I would probably be safer with the black man, just because I mean, I grew up around a lot of black men. It's a familiarity thing. I am half white, but I didn't really grow up around my white half of my family. And when I was around them, they were just incredible. And I know this isn't the rule, but they were incredibly hostile towards each other. It was really bad. So based on my own experiences, 'cause, like, I had a lot of nice uncles and cousins, and, you know, I'd probably still be wary, especially if this person was, like, a stranger, but, like, I'd probably go with the black man.
Yep. Yep. Sorry, I got a popsicle and I'm kind of locked in on this popsicle right now.
Yum yum. What flavor?
It's one of those you know the rockets? The ones that are blue, white, and red?
Yes, I love those.
It's one of those, but it's a little one, so it's called a firecracker.
Ooh, that's cute. That is cute.
Anyway. But yeah. But yeah, no, this person is kind of exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about Oppression Olympics. They literally like, well, what about white trans women? What about white trans women?
Yeah.
What about them?
Like, here's the thing. Like, I love white trans women, and, you know, I will always love my trans sisters and stuff. But I have seen some white trans women be very hostile to trans women of color. Like, it is, like, bad, like, genuinely very bad. That I like, when it happens, it's terrible. I wouldn't say it's super duper common, but it's just kind of like, oh boy, because, like, I mean, we've had these conversations before, but, like, transitioning doesn't fix people. It doesn't fix racism. If someone was racist before they transitioned, they're probably still racist unless they actively try to not be racist anymore. Like, that's like an entirely, like, understanding your gender identity and coming to, like, terms with that, and then, like, deciding to present in a way that reflects your gender identity, that is an entirely different conversation than deciding to purposely be not racist.
Yeah. Like, that's the, yeah. You don't, like, a bigotry is not stored in the gender, babes. You gotta do, those are two different things. Anyway. Isn't Lily trans? Girl, we are not talking about that bitch today. Fuck
No, I don't
no.
like thinking
We're
about
good.
her.
We're
I
good.
don't like thinking about her.
We're
because she
okay.
genuinely
Okay, we don't have to
makes me
talk
mad.
about individuals.
Yeah. And then not only that, sorry, trying to bring it back around to the topic because we love to ramble.
Yeah.
Especially when you put us in a room together. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. But it's kind of like if somebody is talking about the experience that they're having in that moment, do not look them in the eye, look them in the face, and go, yeah, but what about isms don't do anything.
Fucking what
It
if the
doesn't
world
address
was
the
made
problem.
of pudding? Fucking shut up.
Exactly. Like if I'm telling you, growing up biracial was very difficult because I was rejected by like both of my communities, which is something that I did have to experience. If I'm telling you that like I felt very isolated as a result of this thing that I can't control, don't come back around me and be like I don't know, like, well, oh, you like anime, so that's cringe though. And so you're like fetishizing Asian people. It's like those aren't okay. Because that's also an
Relax,
argument that
Mothra.
I've
It's
heard.
okay. You're good. You're good.
It's fine. I'm sorry. It's just I'm thinking about a more recent event, and I'm not trying to touch on that a little bit like specifically, but it is like in my life experiences, like I have talked about like things that I've had to deal with, and people come back with, oh, but you're cringe, saying like basically, oh, because you do this, that, and the other thing, because it isn't just like
You're my favorite little cringe lord, Mothra. Oh, did they die? Hello? Did I die? Huh? Uh-oh.
if what I'm
Yeah.
saying
No,
makes sense.
you were completely, you didn't, like, I didn't hear anything you said for, like, the past, like, 30 seconds. You cut off.
Oh.
Yeah, want to do that again?
Oh no. Yeah, I was just saying it's kind of like a two-sided issue of like what was I saying? So like there's the historical comparisons that we have, but then there's also people trying to talk about like issues that they've had, and someone coming back around with, oh, but you do X, Y, and Z, or oh, you're cringe, basically implying that because somebody may have like a hobby that is non-standard, i.e. enjoying anime, that they deserve the mistreatment that people give them.
Yeah.
Because it's very much, yes, it's systemic and it's large, but it's also very like individual. People will do it to individual people. They'll find the things that people are insecure about and use that to justify the mistreatment of them. And sometimes they'll use it as a cover to mistreat somebody because they can't be like openly racist.
Yup. Been on the receiving end of that before.
But I'm not sure I have much else to say. I think that's kind of like my general like ideas, opinions, and thoughts. If you have any specific questions, I'd love to answer them.
I can't think of anything right now. Do you have anything you'd like to plug though?
Oh my goodness. So sorry if you heard him. He's losing his goddamn mind. I just want to plug my YouTube and then also my my Blue Sky. I'll link my YouTube in the chat. 'Cause I also make YouTube videos and stuff, and I'm working on a video right now where I'm talking about the magical Negro trope, which is a trope in TV and movies that is actively harmful to the Black community. I think it's going to be an interesting video. So if you're interested in that, you can go like
like subscribe and like wait for that to come out. But there's also some other interesting videos that I have made on there, like the one about Black fandom spaces. So if you want to hear me talk more about Black issues, I mean, I'm doing it there. You can also follow my Blue Sky. It's the same username on there as my YouTube. So if you have Blue Sky, just search up my name and it'll pop up.
Well, thank you so much, Mothra, and you have a great week.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Not to have like massive ADHD, but I'm like cleaning my phone as I talk, and I just found out that like I didn't peel off all the stickers on my phone, like, you know, the skin protective stickers they come with. I didn't peel all those off, and I've had this phone for like over a year, like maybe 2 years. So, rip. All right. Let me see. All right. I'm going to bring on our next guest. There we go.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Can you introduce yourself and let us know what you're going to talk about?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Dylan. At least that's the name that I go by online. My pronouns are she, her, or they, them. He, him is fine, but I prefer she or they. Uh, I just wanted to really talk a little bit about how I really think that the way that a lot of people talk about trans issues is, and trying to do this oppression Olympics is very, very unproductive. You sort of touched on it, I think, a little bit with Gabe earlier, but I just really wanted to say that I really dislike how anytime trans men, because even though I'm a trans woman, but I do hear trans men talking about their issues quite frequently. I really hate how a lot of people just want to dismiss anything that trans men have to say by saying, "Oh, well, trans women have it worse." I really dislike that.
Well,
And what was
yeah.
that?
Do you mind? I'd like to have like a conversation about that. And is it okay that if it could potentially get a little personal?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So you and I have known each other for how long now? Like 2 years, I would say, about there. Maybe a little. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
No, let me. Yeah, I think it's been about 2 years. And I think that like I feel like in the spaces where there's like this trans hierarchy, I feel like people that are kind of like starting to question themselves or are like still playing around with their identities, it almost feels like they don't feel like they're allowed to be a specific identity, because you know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, I can't be trans femme, or I can't be a trans woman because like trans women have it really rough, and like, do I really deserve that? I'm not saying this is you in particular, but I have seen a lot of people that are non-binary or who are just starting out who are like, I don't know if I'm allowed to call myself this because, you know. What's your thoughts and feelings on that, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, my thoughts and feelings on that are that very, very early on, I have been pondering my gender identity for like, I would say about roughly as long as I have been in these spaces, because I actually started out like already as I was entering in this space. That was roughly like sort of coincided with me questioning my gender identity, and I was like, I think like for a while I have always like wanted to like go in a more feminine direction with my gender, but I was like, oh, but oh, am I really this? Am I really trans? Am I really like, oh, I don't know. But it sort of has progressed to the point where it's like, no, girl, it's okay. You can be a trans woman. It's fine. You do not need to like modify your identity in order to like how do I
Appease
want to phrase
people.
this? Yeah, you do not need to modify your identity in order to appease people. You can just go ahead, and
Yeah.
that's breakthrough has finally happened just about now, actually,
I gotta
or within
say,
like the last couple of months.
I'm so
Hmm.
happy for you. I'm so happy that you're at that phase, that you feel comfortable.
Hmm.
Like that's such good news. Like outside of all of the crap we're talking about today. Yay,
Right.
clapping my hands. Like I'm so
Hmm.
glad you're at that point.
Hmm. And there's ups and downs.
Yep.
I know that a lot of stuff about, transitioning, it's not easy, but I'm much happier going in the direction that I am going as opposed to like, me for like about a year trying to like basically like stay in the closet and be like halfway like, "Oh no, I'm I'm non-binary, but oh, am I trans? Oh, I don't really know about that." You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it gets rough. And I think once you realize that your gender is about you and only you, um, it doesn't really matter what anybody else thinks. It just unlocks and it's like your third eye's opened and it's like I can be anything I want to be. Um, and I think that like as trans people, we think there's a third eye, but there's really like 7 eyes that continually open on her. It's like, wait a minute. Like,
Mm-hmm.
one that opened for me shortly before I took to YouTube was like comparing myself to other trans men and other men and like getting really upset at people who are misgendering me. And then I realized it's like them people misgendering me is not changing reality. It's not altering who I am and what I am and the spaces I occupy in my day-to-day life. I am a man and they're just factually wrong when they misgendered me, and it became so much easier for me to live my life and to be a public figure. Like I was always just like, what if people misgender me on the internet? And then one day I was just like, what if they do? Nothing happens. And like
Yeah.
you can't pull other trans people through the door. They have to reach it on their own of their own conclusion, and you'll be on the other side of that door and the other person will be like, but like am I really trans if I don't experience XYZ? And you're like, yes, but you can't convince that person any more than you could be convinced. All you can do is just sit there and keep the door held open. And I think it's important as trans people to realize that like the person who does that for you doesn't necessarily have to be the exact same identity as you are. Like you could be a trans woman and they can be non-binary or any fucking combination. Um and it's so much more important for us to come together as a group and support each other rather than like hold people to these arbitrary standards, you know?
Exactly. Exactly. And that has been what has been actually like helpful
Yeah.
because like in the community that I've been in your community, it's like there's so many people of so many different types of trans identities. We've got many trans women, many non-binary people, several trans men, and it's like helping people and wanting to like actually like listen to them and hear what they have to say as opposed to just like trying to say, oh well, you are trans misogyny exempt, so you can't speak on this. Like I think help, like it's just so much more helpful the way that you and other people have been for
Thank
like
you.
actually like, you know.
Well, I think that like any trans person finding themselves is a win for all of us, you know? You figuring yourself out, I see that as a victory. And I think that there are, I'm not saying everybody, but there are people out there that would see a trans person coming out. It's like, oh, that's a loss. We lost a fucking, I don't know if I want to, there's things I don't want to be triggering, but there's some things that people say when this happens that drive me crazy. Is it?
Like you did not like believe me, you did not, the world is not at a loss for having one less dopey cis dude, you know.
It's like, oh, we lost a beautiful butch, or we lost a beautiful femboy. Like, can we still fuck off with that shit? Like, you know, we can. It's like somebody found themselves and somebody's happy. Like, that's a win for everyone. Let's not turn this into a fucking contest, you know.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm glad that I could be of service. And again, I know that there's gonna be people that you get to be in that position for as well. And you know, it's just an endless cycle of support and love and empathy and compassion that that just keeps growing. Like I said, love, the human heart. It's not a fucking pie.
Yeah, that quote, like almost every Inferno scream, there's like a quote that is like, you know, I think that's like, if there's one thing to take away, it's like the human heart is not a pie. There is not, you do not have to like ration out, you know, how much love and support you can give to like people, you know. You can love everyone.
Your heart
equally.
just grows bigger the more love and empathy you share. It's amazing. Yeah. Was there anything else in particular that you wanted to touch on?
I mean, basically I just think that you know, if you want to have a productive conversation about trans issues with another trans person, it's much better in the long run to come at it from the perspective of, okay, let's listen to what this other person is going through, listen to their experience, and meet them on their own terms, rather than, you know, try to like, you know, tell them how they should feel about the oppression or about the issues that they're going for. I think that's a way that's just much more productive and much better than like the way that a lot of people are talking about trans issues in, especially online. But you know, that's that's just that's what I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. We have so much more in common than we have that makes us different. All right. Do you have any projects or like personal social media that you'd like to plug today?
I mean, I do have a Tumblr. I can, but you know, I don't really do that much with it. I also had a YouTube channel that is kind of gone a little bit inactive, but you know, if you want to, I can link both of those in the chat.
Yeah, you can do that. Yes, please go subscribe to Dylan. Thank you so much.
You are very welcome.
If that's everything, I felt that one was short, but it was short and sweet. I think. You have a great week.
Yep. You have a great week too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh crap! Quiet's profile picture got so much bigger. All right, next person. And I think this will be our last caller for the night, because we're going on. Oh, this has been a long one. It's been like 4.5 hours. Hello, Gwen. I mean, do you want to introduce yourself and tell me what you'd like to talk about?
Hello. It is I, the incarnation of all your nightmares, Gwendolyn.
Epic, epic.
Yeah, I'm Gwendolyn. I use she, her pronouns. Yeah.
What do you want to talk about there, Gwen?
Yes. It's just I feel like with the whole oppression Olympic, we're treading very similar ground to another one of the top to a topic of a previous Inferno,
Mm-hmm.
which was the TMEA/TMA one.
That one is old. That one's. I made that one quite a while ago. How long ago was that?
It's over a year old, I believe.
Yeah. No, don't play
Previous Inferno.
sound. Fuck. It was. Let me see. Yeah, it was 1 year ago. November 17th, 2024. So a year and some change.
But yeah, and because at the end we're just back to we we're just dividing the like dividing ourselves into, oh, I'm more of a minority than you are, so you should shut up, and I actually suffer more.
Uh-huh.
Like at the end of the day, we're also it doesn't matter, we're all suffering.
Yeah. We like they're not gonna oh, God, this is might be a bit cynical, like gallows humor, but I saw this one post where it was like, why didn't the handmaidens in the Handmaid's Tale just tell them that their pronouns were he, him?
Yeah, exactly.
They don't fucking care. uh
Like the there's a whole especially when it comes to like trans people. Like I saw multiple people arguing that uh transandrophobia isn't a thing, using like busting out the graphs and the charts, the Venn diagrams. You're a man and you're trans. Men don't suffer from being men, but you do suffer from being trans. That's just transphobia. It's not transandrophobia. That's not a thing. It's like you really had to do all that to make that point, really.
yeah, I don't know. Like it's kind of it's I don't know. I feel like it's not what harm is it materially causing trans women for trans men to also be like, hey, can we have a word for this thing that we experience? I don't think trans women are getting hurt by that. You know,
Yeah.
I don't think they're going up to Gwen and hitting her with a bat every time they talk about it. And vice versa. I don't, I think that we can both have these conversations. We can talk about them with each other. And like, I don't know. I feel like me and Gwen are both there for each other when it matters. Trans women and trans men can be
Yeah.
friends. Yippee!
Incredible.
Yeah,
Who
I
would have
know.
guessed?
I know. Even though I hate women. That's a joke, chat, by the way. That's a long running joke. I
Yeah,
love
no,
women.
it's a joke.
I love women. Women are cool and pretty, and they often smell nice. But anyway,
Yeah.
sorry, I just blacked out for a second.
So yeah, like there's so also earlier you mentioned the whole model minority thing and how
Mm-hmm.
cis gay people would are becoming the new model minority.
Yeah.
I see, like, I would tend to agree with that because I see multiple people trying to argue that the whole, like, at the beginning it was LGB and then the the TQIA plus got, like, that was an entire other topic that got grafted on, and it's like, no.
Well,
Like,
the thing is that back in the day, gay was the umbrella term. Like, it referred to all
yeah,
of us. But then as we grew a more understanding of different identities and sexualities, we started, you know, defining terms better and being more inclusive. Gay became a word to refer to as gay cis people, but also like largely gay men. And then we had lesbian, and then we had bisexual, because like being gay wasn't something that you inherently were, it was something that you did. So the act of sleeping with the same sex was, regardless of if you were gay or bi, it was you were still doing a gay. You were doing a gay thing. Expressing a different gender identity, you were doing a gay thing. But we've now kind of had a lot of philosophy and discourse about it, and now being gay is something that you are inherently, or being trans is something that you are inherently. Our understanding of queer identity is shifted, and so our language has shifted. But we're here, we're queer, get used to it. Um, has been around for decades, you know?
yeah,
Queer studies has been around for decades. Like, we have been using this term forever. Um, but anyway.
like, also reminder that the first brick that was thrown in Stonewall back then most likely was thrown by a black trans woman.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And people are like, well, where were the lesbians? They were across the street burning mattresses and throwing them out of buildings. So,
Yeah,
like we've always been in a community together. And I think it's important to focus on that, cuz like excluding people doesn't help anyone. And
yeah, no, it doesn't.
more often than not,
Sorry to bring the socialist cab, but we need to like be together because, like, if we keep dividing ourselves, we're just going to lose just slow. Like, we're going to lose slowly.
yep. Exactly. Exactly. Um that's a good way to you lose slowly, and that's I would rather win. Not to be I don't like losing. I don't like being wrong. I
Yeah,
don't like losing. So I'd rather if we
losing
won this
stuff.
one, guys. um yeah.
Another thing that I did want to bring up was and it's also kind of topical to your channel towards
Okay.
the last hot seat you had about representation,
Uh-huh.
and it's that I feel like people want, like, you can't have representation that is just one thing. It has to be this and that and also this. Example that I saw very recently, and I believe you were there when I saw that, uh, about the latest episode of an anime I really like, Jujutsu Kaisen.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I was there for this
Yeah,
discussion.
yeah, it introduced the character of Hoshi Kitara, who is a trans woman. And like was scrolling Twitter and found a post that was like, uh, the first half decent trans woman in a shonen, and they had her date a man. It's like, what?
I mean, it's all about it comes to, it's a vanity thing.
Yeah.
There's the character, by the way. Um, it's a vanity thing. It's like, I don't see me, and therefore I'm very angry about it. And I don't know. This is a win.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. This is a win for, because people would be like, oh, there's a trans representation, but it's a trans man. Boo. Oh, there's trans representation, but it's a trans woman that's heterosexual. Boo. And it's like, can we lock the fuck in? I think it's cool that we have trans people in shonen. I think that's awesome. Like, let's fucking go. Like, that's a win to me. Like, let's fucking lock the fuck in.
And also, not to mention, but that's on the other side, with Kirara's character. The people that would argue that that's not a trans girl, that's a femboy, but that doesn't mean that Hakari is gay for dating said femboy, because femboy is differently, but that doesn't mean that she's trans. No.
Oh my fucking god.
It's an actual debate that's going on over in that side of the internet, and I hate it.
I'm getting mad now.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just getting fucking sick and tired of people, because it's like, there were no trans women. Like, the freaking goalposts just keep getting moved. There's no trans women in this. Okay, but there's a trans woman in this, but she's straight, so it's not real representation. And it's like, oh my fucking god.
Like,
I also
even here, even with the other, and if Kirara was in fact a femboy, well, Akari's not. That doesn't mean that Hakari's gay. Trans boy, like femboy, it's a totally different thing. Like,
well,
even if he was gay, no, he's not.
Good fucking grief. I also think that, like, something else to bring up here is that, like, oh my god, no, the thought's slipping away.
Oh no.
It's gone. Brain empty. It's gone. Oh. Anyway, so where were we? Yes, Kiara, we love a transgender queen getting a spot in a major shonen and having a cool boyfriend. Let's go. Is he cool? Is he cool, or is he cringe?
He's very cool. He's a fan favorite character.
Oh, this guy?
Hakari.
Yeah, Kinji Hikari. Yeah, he looks pretty cool.
Yep. I like to tell myself that he's also trans. They're a T40 couple, actually.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. T for T power couple. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. Also, I feel like the way that representation is that isn't going up to, like, a person being like, hey, you have to include a trans woman in your story or it's fundamentally worse than if it did. It's allowing everybody that doesn't get that voice, because here's the thing, lots of trans people have stories to tell. The issue is less you need to include a trans woman in your story or your story's bad. It's like, hey, maybe we should give an opportunity for trans women to tell their stories. That's why in fan fiction, this conversation doesn't matter. It's not the fucking same. If you want to write a fanfic and the only thing you write about is gay yaoi of two boys fucking smashing and kissing all the time, you're not hurting anybody. If you are a fan of fem slash, write fem slash. Stop expecting people that don't want to write fem slash to write fem slash. Because when that's not how fucking fan spaces work. And I'm tired. I know this is like kind of unrelated, but like I feel like representation gets misappropriated as like tokenization, when tokenization is just like include this minority group so that your story is good. It's passes a morality test, and like let's not fucking go back to that. You know, I grew up in the 90s and tokenization was at an all-time high, so let's not fucking do that. I just fucking sat through several episodes of Star Trek Voyager this morning where they fucking Chakotay was like one of the main focuses, and I'm getting fucking sick and tired of this dude. To be clear, Chakotay is an indigenous character who is played by a Mexican man, and the person that did the consultation for the character is a pretendian. So I actually don't give a shit about token. Like, I don't think that like a minority existing in a story makes it better. I think telling a story authentically is more important, actually. And making sure the voices of trans people and people of color should be heard rather than just like tacking them into a story just because morality points. But that's a completely other tangent. Sorry to go off like that. I just got really mad about Chakotay this morning.
Sorry, I was reading chat.
No worries. Anything
Yeah,
good?
There's a reference in there. Can't play slots without a lever because Hakari's is a gambler.
Oh my god. The fact that JJK has gay relationships, one of them practically haunted the narrative because of, I don't know. What's that? I don't know. I haven't watched JJK yet, and I should.
You should.
I know I'll like it. I'll be really normal about it for like the rest of my life.
Yeah. It's good.
Now, was there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
No, I could keep rambling on and on, but I don't think I would add anything more.
All right.
I'll keep it short.
Yeah. No, that's okay. Well, thank you very much for coming on. You have a great weekend, Gwen.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh. Also, Gwen, if you want to plug any social media, you can send it in chat. I forgot to ask you. Whoops. I'm gonna hop off. End the stage. All right. Bam. So that's been, I think that's a really good chat. We kind of touched on a few different things. We went on a few different tangents. But yeah, ultimately at the end of the day, I think it's important to have empathy for everyone and to not just, try to pick out the person who is the most oppressed skrunkly ever and focus on them. Like, we're not going to run out of empathy. Remember, guys, say it with a quote for today. The human heart is not a pie. It just grows bigger the more love you give out. Thank you for watching, and thanks to my patrons, Paige, Lego, Harvey Hummus, Wow. Harvey, Hummus, Muhammad, Weeskilly, Fiona, Boggle, Somnium Astra, Dylan Ruin, and Zephyr, Vex Fidel, Elias, Tafsinian, Swamping Lover, Godden, Knot, and Daily. And a special thanks to my staff, Mothra Squeakers, Boggle, and Sparrow. If you would like to join my Patreon for as little as $1 a month and get access to my Discord community as well as some other perks, you can find a link to my Patreon in the description down below. Or if you'd rather support me at an amount of your choosing for a one-time donation, you can also find my Ko-Fi in the description down below. And you can support me in the free way by liking, commenting, and subscribing with the notification bell turned on. And you can find my social media in the description as well. Thank you so much. I will see you all on Thursday. Bye-bye.